Freeride World Tour 2017 here in Fieberbrunn, Austria. I'm Dave Mailman, and with me, as always, my good buddy Martin Winkler. How's it going, McFly?
Hello, good morning from my side to Austria. It's a pleasure to be here. It couldn't be any better. Blue skies, fresh snow. What do you want?
That's exactly it. It is a beautiful day. There it is, the Wildseeloder face. That's why we come to this place. This is a true part of Alpine, Austrian, and Tyrolean freeriding history. A fantastic mountain here in Fieberbrunn. And as you can see, blue sky and plenty of snow. And of course, we're here in Fieberbrunn, so let's say a little servus. Here we are, Fieberbrunn, Austria, in the heart of Europe's Alpine region, just down the road from Innsbruck there. Stop number 3 on tour, and Fieberbrunn has been welcoming the Swatch Freeride World Tour to Austria since 2011, and that first event won by a good buddy of ours, Stefan Heusel. Hey, Steff, hope you're doing well. As you can see, the riders on tour have been getting a taste of the local culture, visiting a schnapps distillery the other day. And, of course, why are we here? Well, it's all about the snow, isn't it, Martin?
Oh, yeah, and they get plenty over the year. Great terrain for a big mountain, and also legendary tree riding, as we can see here at the further right side of the image. Yeah, it's a legendary freeride place.
And fantastic crowds as well. We saw with a perfect viewing point just on the little hill right across from the Wildseeloder and just behind us. And as you can see, all of the riders still waiting down here, checking out the face. They've been bombing to make sure that the conditions are nice and safe for everybody. And while we wait for them to give us the all clear, we're going to have a look at what's been going on the Swatch Freeride World Tour this year. The winter begins, as in years past, in Chamonix-Mont-Blanc, France. Unfortunately, this year, due to safety concerns, we were not able to run the event there, so we moved straight to hold the line in Andorra, in Valnor-Arcalis, where we restaged event number 1 from Chamonix as well. So 2 events in the Pyrenees, and now it's crunch time here in Fieberbrunn, Austria. Why is it crunch time? Because after this event, we do the mid-season cut. We'll be talking more about that as we come up. There are those fantastic freeride fans here in Fieberbrunn. After the cut and this event, we're off to the dream stop in Haines, Alaska, the US of A. And after that, it is the grand finale in Verbier, Switzerland at the Extreme Verbier, which has been going on for over 20 years now and really what gave birth to the Swatch Freeride World Tour. And as you can see already, pretty much all of our riders are here on site, especially the men's skiers. They were the first to get down here to the bottom of the Wildseeloder face and check out conditions right on the crack of dawn. The riders were already here on site watching the bombing and scoping the face. There's already a few tracks through there as the guides have ridden the face as well to make sure that everything is nice and safe and sound. And we were talking about crunch time, and here it is. This is how the mid-season cut works. We start off with 22 ski men, 11 snowboard men, 8 ski women, and 8 snowboard women for the first 3 stops this year, Valnor, Chamonix, and here in Fieberbrunn. We take the top 2 out of 3 results, and we add up all the points, and the top 12 men's skiers, 6 men's snowboarders, 6 women skiers, and 4 women snowboarders are qualified for the dream stop in Haines, Alaska, and the grand finale in Verbier, Switzerland, as well as for the Freeride World Tour in 2018. And to determine our world champions, we take the top 4 out of 5 results and add up all the points at the end of the season. And of course, at the end of the season, there are the 12, 6, 6, and 4 who qualify directly for next year's tour. They're joined by the top riders on the Freeride World Qualifiers, as well as a few wild cards, either season wild cards or injury wild cards. The difference being the season, well, we'll get back to that in a second. Here's our competition program for the day. The men's skiers will be dropping in at 8:30 a.m. Men's snowboarding at 9:40. Women's ski at 10:10, and the women's snowboarders, the last ones down the mountain today, at 10:45. to save a little time as well today. It is not the usual custom, but we will be flying the riders to the top of the Wielseeloader instead of making them hike up the face. So they're pretty happy about that. And as we speak right now, I can actually hear some of the helicopters firing up and getting ready to fly our first batch of riders up to the top of the face.
Yeah, this is really not usual. A normal Freeride World Tour competition, you have the riders inspect the face the days before, and especially the day prior to the event, of course, and then the riders hike the mountain and earn their turns. But this time we had bad visibility the day before, so that's why the riders, as you can see on the images before, had the chance in the morning to inspect again the mountain, and to save time because weather is coming in around lunchtime, we have the exception today that they are heli skiing.
Yes, indeed. And there it is, the face. 2 start gates. There's a men's start from the very top, a women's start from skiers' right into, well, still a rather extreme, but we'll say a more playful part of the face. And 497 meters of vertical for the women, 581 for the men, from top to bottom.
It's a very specific face, in fact, where we have a huge big mountain aspect at the top, and then it rolls, it gets a little, not as steep anymore in the middle part, and then it rolls into a more freestyle area where we will see a lot of tricks been thrown down. So it's always a tour stop where we see the whole variation of freeriding in one competition.
And now to get the rider's viewpoint on the Wielseeloader face, we're going to take a look at the GoPro first look.
So we're here in Fieberbrunn for the next Freeride World Tour stop, and behind me you can see the Wielseeloader, the face where we're skiing at.
So competition is confirmed for Wednesday. We're looking forward to this phase up here. We might get some new snow tomorrow, so it should be fun. Our start, the girls' start, is a different start than the men this time, so we're gonna drop into a different part of the face. Our top part, it's steep on one side, the other side is a bit flatter but not that much.
As you can see from here, the top part is really technical and big mountain stylish.
Leads down to the lower bowl, which leads down to the big chute with a bunch of little freestyle features. Yeah, it's fun. Get a little big mountain action at the top and a little freestyle action at the bottom.
And we're back, and the riders are still checking out the face from the bottom. And joining us here in the booth, it's always a pleasure. We have one of the illustrious members of our judging panel, Mr. Lolo Bess, out of France. Lolo, welcome to the booth.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to have you here. Now, we've brought Lolo in specifically to give us the rundown on what the guides have been doing from a safety standpoint here on the face this morning, and well, we'll just let you talk us through it.
Well, yeah, since this morning they had like a lot of activity from really the first light. What happened is the face has been really loaded with loads of snow lately in the past 2 days. So like about 16 persons went on top of the mountains and tried to just release all the slabs might have occurred. So yeah, it was.
And to do that, because as we skied into the production area and the arrival area this morning, we could hear bombs dropping. It sounded like we were in Mosul or something.
Yeah, you're right. So you can see at screen one of the alley which was actually used to throw some of those bombs. That was, it happened on 2 stages. So first of all, it was bombing, probably about like, I don't know, I would say about 15 bombs went on these slopes, and then it has been ski cutting with all the ski patrol, and that takes another, I would say, 10 persons probably. So yeah, a lot of work, and now let's say that I think we can't make it safer than it is, so it's perfect.
Well, it's good because in years past, like Martin, you can maybe have a better memory than I on that, but no, it must have been last year we had to actually stop during the contest and cut the face. So this year, that was...
You're right, yeah. It was pretty tricky last year. We had this little ice layer in the middle and then this fresh snow on top. And it was really tricky for the first riders coming down because they released some more little slabs. Not the ones that really can cover you, but they really, they disturb you in your flow and run and can push you off some cliffs that you don't want to go off.
So is it a lot of, are they small avalanches or big sloughs when that happens? How do you classify that?
That's a good question. Sometimes it is just slough that can accumulates while riding down. But if you have those little cracks, sometimes it's just that top little layer that releases, and it doesn't have the potential sometimes to just cover you, but it can really affect your run, and can be tricky if you are riding overexposure.
I think one of the main things, like where you can try to see like what's a slab and what's an avalanche is usually avalanche are cracking ahead of you and behind you, so it will release some snow and slide some snow not only just below your boards but also ahead of you and behind you, which could be a problem like as you're riding. So most of the rider might have to stop the line. So to keep the fluidity, that's why we try to cut as many slabs as possible and make sure that like the only snow is going to be released should be slough. And then as a judge, we're going to check the slough management, and all riders manage to deal with that.
And very good point. As I was skiing in very slowly, I was overtaken by Reini Barkred, and he was saying that it's good that they bomb the face and that the big pockets of snow have released, but because of that, it does make it a bit more technically difficult to keep their fluidity up as they ski through the areas that have already where that have already sloughed out or where the snow has released.
Yeah, completely. I think the difficulties now, so in one point it's a lot safer, but it's true that most of the snow, or the powder snow, the new snow has mostly gone, a part of the bottom half of the face. So I think that's where it might be a bit more alpine riding in the way that it's going to be probably a stiffer snow, and especially for snowboarders. I think I've seen and talked to a few of the riders, and they have changed the line actually just this morning while scoping, thinking that snow would be softer than what it appeared actually.
Now apparently though, the snow, even before this last snowfall, there was a good, not a super deep base, but a base of good quality snow. So as you say, a bit more compact, but it should still be fun to ride.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we can see on screen there's everything. It's mostly white, which is a good thing. There is some here and there some rocks, but those rocks are there because it's like super steep. And just at the moment, like we can see at the start, it's also because it has been like slightly wind affected, but soon you get into the face, it's a lot better, and I think we're going to see a great show today.
Now go ahead, Martin.
And maybe here to mention, you're right that we have quite a few rocks that have been uncovered by the slabs, but in fact, here, something very specific for this mountain especially is that we have a lot of parts that are grass covered. So not everything that is dark is actually a rock. So you will see quite a few lines where you think they are riding only on rocks, but they know the venue and they know the terrain here, so they can also judge, and they are so precise that they even can distinguish rocks from riding on grass. And that's what we're going to see quite a lot navigation through those grassy bits.
And all of that with a little bit of luck coming up in just about 10 minutes time. Still looking at an 8:30 start for our first competition this morning, which will be the men's skiers. And speaking of riding the face, Lolo, you often have the pleasure of getting to test the faces on the Freeride World Tour before the contest as a forerunner, or even the day before, just to see how the conditions are. Is that the case here this year in Austria, or have they let Tom Burt go and ride instead?
No, unfortunately, none of the judges has rode the face before this event, but we did it like the years previous. So yeah, it's been something like we used to do in the past, but we know really well the face, so it doesn't really matter. But it's really something that you usually do as much as for pleasure, then also to know where the snow is a bit trickier, or where the parts are a lot steeper. So on your screen or facing the venue, sometimes it's a bit harder to really know what's the most technical or committed place to be on the face. And by going yourself, you have that's the best view of the face you can have. It's riding it. So
Well,
I've been lucky.
Better luck next. Yeah, in general, you are very lucky. And here in Austria, not so much this year around, maybe next year. Some people, though, who have been doing quite a bit of riding over the last week here in the Tyrol region, in and around Fieberbrunn, and more specifically in Saalbach, is the Mons Royal team. Let's take a look at what these kids have been getting up to over the last few days.
We are here with a really awesome crew at Saalbach for Mons Week. We're spending a bit of time treading around the resort here.
The best way to prepare for the Freeride World Tour is just spend good days on the mountain, and for sure go face check and be sure about the line you're gonna ski.
Me now from falling off the edge. You scream so loud.
The pal we were looking for showed up today. We had a great shred day with the crew, got in the air, feeling good on skis again. And now it's time to head back to the Mons house for some après.
Loosen up my head, loosen up my thoughts, and loosen up my mind.
All right, well, the Mons Royal crew having a very good time here in the Saalbach region, picking up where they left off from their southern hemisphere skiing this summer. The Mons Royal putting their riders up in some awesome team houses to prepare for the northern and southern hemisphere winters. But back here in Fieberbrunn, the Wildsee-Loader face, once again here with one of our judges, Lolo Bess, and Martin Winkler, who former competitor, former judge, and now currently my co-commentator. They're going to talk us through the judging criteria, and so all of you out there watching us at home really understand what it means when the scores drop at the end of each rider's run.
Yeah, the judging, very crucial part of the Freeride World Tour. We have 5 experienced judges, some legends of our sport like Tom Burt and Hugo Harrison. They judge their runs on the overall impression based on these categories like line, very important criteria, difficult or technical terrain. It's not only about nollie, but also about creativity. Fluidity is a very important part too. How fast is the rider going down the mountain according to the terrain he is in? Everything has to stay in control. That's the key. Of course, categories about crashes versus being in control, but it's not all black and white here. Being on the brink of losing it or being fully controlled is what they're looking for. Air and style is the most spectacular criteria here in this 5 criterias, and here it's everything that happens in the air and after. Technique here, it's could be a little bit misunderstood. It's all about being committed, arcing your turns, and being safe down into the finish line.
Well, there we go, Lolo.
Yeah, I think it's very well resumed, and I think we have every stop, really, at every event, we have a big talk between all the judges and the board of riders, which are actually some of the riders which has been elected by the other ones, which are supposed to put on the best for themselves. So we're trying to push the sport and also to be fair for them, and knowing exactly what we're supposed to do. So it's a bit tough on some times, and we hope you guys are watching the live could understand the way we're doing it. But it's true that I think it's a completely different thing by watching it with binoculars and trying to be really focused and adding and deleting points than just have just an overall feeling without doing that job. But overall, we try to put the right people on the podium.
Okay, well, speaking of putting riders on the podium, we're getting close to start, Lolo, so you're going to have to go sit down at the other table, this time without a microphone on. Thank you very much for joining us. Always insightful, and a pleasure to have you in the booth with us.
Always a pleasure.
Have a fantastic contest, my friend.
Thank you. You too. Enjoy watching it. Bye.
All right. Okay, we've just gotten the official word from our contest director, Bertie Denervaux, that we are 5 minutes from start. As you've just seen, pictures of our men's skiers mountain goating around up on the top of the Wildseeloder face, and the helicopters continuing to shuttle riders up to the top. And we're going to have a look at who is leading the pack and some of the favorites for the win here today in the stop number 3 in the men's ski competition. And here they are. Of course, the big man on campus, our reigning world champ, Loïc Pelon-Paton, having a bit of a shocking start to the season, only in 6th position currently. This man right here, Leo Slemet, leading the rankings. Christopher Chodel, the winner of the last event, in 2nd position. And Jan Rosis, the surprising Swiss rookie, currently sitting in 3rd. Of course, once again, this is the all-important 3rd event, crunch time, and here's our overall ranking. The top 7 men here, actually the top 8 because we have a tie for equal 7th, all have already amassed enough points to be qualified for Alaska and Verbier. The man sitting just under the cutoff is Sam Ontematen. As you can see, between Sam Lee and Sam Ontematen, there's over 1,000-point difference. So that is why the top 8 riders actually are already qualified, and it starts to get really tricky from the 9th spot down. Here are some of the boys that are looking to qualify. Top 12 at the end of the competition today are qualified. So within the cutoff currently, Dennis Riesfol, Connor Pelton, Jeremy Heitz, Fabio Studer, the local Austrian, is very motivated to qualify for Alaska and Verbier. He's currently sitting 13th. Martin, you wanted to say something about
and here just to stress again, that you guys know it's 2 results out of 3. So it might be a little confusing. Of course, if you add on the points, you will get to a different result. We will have the heads up by the end of the ski category where those riders end up in the overall ranking.
Exactly, and we do have a live ranking function on our computer as well, so we have our standings, but we can also, as things play out during the day, give you an updated ranking. Of course, those are all unofficial rankings until we see the final ranking on screen at the end of the competition. And we already have...
The start cannot be far from
that's exactly
on, because we have the first rider in the start gate, yes. Carl Renvall, the rookie, 20 years old. What a career already in his young age. Coming from the juniors, he was dominating the juniors as long as he was riding for the juniors,
exactly
age-wise, until he was 18. He moved on to the qualifiers, and with 19 years of age, he qualified for the Freeride World Tour in 1 season World Qualifiers.
So he is a talent, surprisingly sitting in 20th position in the rankings, because after such an illustrious career in the juniors and on the Freeride World Qualifying Series. We were expecting bigger things, but some rookie nerves. 23rd in Val Nor, 13th in Chamonix. And moving down, another rookie, Griffin Dunn, and Ryan Faya as well. So 3 rookies dropping in here on the face for the first time. Dennis Riesvoll, a man to watch as well, Mr. Backflip. Absolutely incredible. Malakoff heights, a bit of pressure on his shoulders. Leo Slemmet, once again, our ranking leader, coming in the back of the pack. Studer needing to perform big here. Former world champion Randy Barkrit. He's already qualified. Benny Meyer out of Germany down the back of the rankings. He's going to have some work to do. Interesting as we look at the start list and the rankings. All of our top 6 riders have won podium except for Ivan Malakoff, who with 2 5th places. And another surprising thing to note amongst the field is last year's world number 2, Logan Pehota out of Canada, is currently sitting in 21st position. So he needs a huge result here today to move into the top spot. Carl Renvall is in the start gate, ready to go. But we saw our winner here last year, Dennis Riesvoll. He needed a result, and he won the event and qualified for the rest of the season. So it's crunch time. The pressure is on. And we're going to see who's going to step up and perform. And Carl Renvall in the gate. Fantastic conditions, McFly. I can tell you're frothing to get this thing going.
Oh, yeah. And imagine the view you have from that start gate. Carl Renvall looking down the Wildsee, the beautiful Austrian Alps in the back drop there. And he is on course. He is moving down the ridge to enter the skiers' left side of the venue. We have to mention here the riders can and should take it easy. They are not judged until this point here, until they reach that couloir, because they are riding over exposure, and we've seen some slabs going on. So that's why riders can take it easy until the start of the couloir. And he's getting into that spine.
And as we can see, even though we bombed the face, some stuff has released. An amazing jump there to get things started for Carl. The adrenaline is pumping. He needs a big result.
Yeah, the young gun riding like a routinier, like a veteran.
Like a seasoned veteran, Carl Renvall, in his first trip down the Wildsee face.
Very unique style. I really like his laid-back, smooth riding technique.
And the field is just so stacked. He's impressed me all year long, and I've been very surprised at the end of the day when we go back and review the rankings. There's another little safety grab. And what Sammy Lübke was saying in the GoPro first look, extreme skiing up top and a bit of freestyle terrain down the bottom. And Carl Renvall has handled it quite well.
Absolutely. I'm very sure that he's happy with his run. He got some really good snow at the bottom. He took great advantage of the terrain. Those nice little wind lips he found and put on some air. Of course, being the first track is not always the easiest. He was the guinea pig. There is a chance, not always, but on this phase, the riders have the chance to more or less see the whole run from the top, from the start gate.
So and they can adjust their line choice as they see the other riders go down.
And that's especially what they do here in Fieberbrunn. I will have a special story when Dennis drops in, because he did exactly that. He watched the other riders and then changed plans on the last minute.
He does have a rather cavalier approach to riding these big mountains. His nickname's Heedless. Well, let's see what Carl Renvall, that score comes in, 72 points. So
solid score.
Well above average there for Carl. He's going to take his spot in the hot seat as we move back to the top for our second rookie rider of the morning. This one out of the US of A, Griffin Dunn, living in Jackson, Wyoming.
And maybe just a last word on Carl Renvall.
Yep.
Even though it's going to be really tough with the current situation in the overalls for him to qualify, I'm sure we're going to see some great stuff in the future of this kid.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he'll be back on tour through the Freeride World Qualifiers. Griffin Dunn, the 25-year-old, originally from the east coast of the US of A, out of Vermont, now residing in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. 22nd in the rankings, and was a bit injured, actually. Wasn't sure he was going to compete here. And thanks to that week in the Mons Royal house, really got himself back into condition, and here he is competing on the Wildseeloader face for the first time. 22nd position in the rankings currently, so needs a big result here as well.
Also choosing to ski skiers left onto that fin and dropping into that chute. You see,
ooh! Oh, that's unfortunate. Too much compression. What happened there, Martin?
Here we see a lot of debris from the slabs that have been released. He is waving his hands. That means he's okay. He just lost a pole, so he's stepping back up. I'm happy to see he's all good and in one piece. Those crashes in those in those slab debris can be pretty tough on your body. Here you see he tried to reduce some speed here, and then he got that null. You see, of course, the snow is not completely even anymore because of those slides. You have more and some places less snow accumulated, and some are soft and more compressed. So it's really tough to get into, and especially with high speed into those avalanche debris.
Definitely, and that's exactly what former world champ out of Sweden, Reini Barkred, was talking about this morning, that because they did bomb the face and cut the face with the guides, a lot of snow has released, and when you land into those parts where the powder snow has released, well, that could be the result right there. We saw the rider just before, Carl Renvall. He handled it very, very well. And there we go, Griffin Dunn. He knew, sitting in 22nd position in the rankings, he had to go big or he'd be going home. And he did throw down a sizable jump up the top. Unfortunately, too much speed coming out of it on the landing and taking a tumble, not able to control the speed. And we see even there, he's just cruising, but it's still very, very bumpy as he makes his way down through that, not avalanche debris, but the results of the slough, the bombing and the ski cutting earlier.
Here you see the snow is not touched anymore. It's blow-up pow. That's where, of course, the joy riding comes in to play, and also where it's more playful for terms of terrain. Unfortunately, he knows that this score is not going anywhere with him and will not bring him to Haynes, but I'm already happy for him to see him ski, because after the Val Nord incident, he was landing straight on a rock, unfortunately. So I was speaking on the evening after, when his knee really was huge. He was actually thinking that season was done, but he's back on track and the season is up and running for him.
All right, another rookie back up the top. This one sitting just outside of the qualification cut at 14th. It's Ryan Faya, 22-year-old out of Squaw Valley, California, US of A. Been skiing since age 2. Finished up 19th in Val Nord and 11th at the Chamonix event restaged in Andorra. Coming through last year, 3rd in the global Freeride World qualifying rankings. So not a bad start, but not the best rookie on tour either. So far that is Jan Rosis, who we'll be seeing later. But Ryan Faya needing a solid result here to move into the top 12 and make the cut for the dream stop in Haines, Alaska.
Yeah, it's getting tougher and tougher each season for the riders to qualify for the next. And he's going over that big cliff that we will see pretty frequently. We're going to see a lot of riders taking that cliff, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough speed or the right direction to clear it. So he had a little touch of tails with the rocks, and that's why he had to swash out a little bit on that outrun. Judges will not like that too much. Another air on that skier's left side, where we have plenty of possibilities to catch some air. Very wise of the rookie to choose that area, because here in the middle part, usually there is not much to do, except you go to the far skier's left.
So is it actually hard to pick a line that is truly in the fall line on this face? Because he really kept his speed up, but he was kind of traversing all the way across from jump to jump to jump. Then now he's come back down the center.
Like, the true fall line on this face would be nearly impossible. We have seen a few riders in the past trying it, like Lars, I remember Chickering Airs, he was sending it through the middle section. That was super impressive. Or Toby Tritsche in the past. But to be fair, then if you do that, then your run in the middle part doesn't have any action anymore. So it's pretty wise to either go far skier's left or skier's right, where you have options all the way down to the bottom.
All right, so Ryan Faya, we shall see where he ends up at the end of the day, throwing his arms up in the air as he comes into the finish area. The civil engineering student out of the University of Utah, and finished up, got his diploma, moved straight on the Freeride World qualifiers, and qualified through onto this year's World Tour. And there we go, big smile on his face. Looks pretty stoked to be down to the bottom. Way to go, Ryan. And we shall see.
Here we have the replay of the big cliff where he just came short. You see the tails touch the rocks. That's why he had to lean back to actually put his feet even further, and that made him lean back on the landing. Here, nice little shifty in the air on that traverse jump, and then his last air on that top section. That was nice and clean. That's why we have here the judging criteria like that. Those levels that the judges give us a little hint on where they're going to end up with their score. You see the control criteria is down, and especially because of that first air. Scores coming in for Ryan Faya.
And 76.33 points into the top spot. So in spite of a somewhat sketchy landing on that first cliff drop up top, a good score, a solid score for Ryan.
Absolutely. Don't be surprised. That air was really big. Of course, they reduced some points for that air, but if you actually ski it and don't crash, you get some points. And then if you don't have some little issues, points get taken off. Like, the bonus is not as much. So don't.
There you go. Take that into consideration. And
here
our
we have
defending event champion, Dennis Riesvoll, out of Norway, the backflip king. He needed a massive result here last year, and he threw down and won the event. Let's see what he has in store for us this time around. I know he's been discussing things with Rennie Barker. Always good to get a little bit of extra insider info from a former world champion. He's 10th in the rankings, so needing a solid result here today, and looking good from the start, Martin.
Absolutely. He is going to the first skier, going to the far skier's right. He is a guy that always surprises us with the creative lines, and of course, if there is any chance to throw a backflip, and for his ability, there are plenty, like here.
Right there. and
stomping it
clean.
Nice work, Mr. Dennis Riesvoll.
They don't call him the backflip king for nothing.
Oh yeah, he can throw backflips where and whenever he wants.
Out of
so impressive.
His whole mountain, Lemon Lake in Norway, living in Vaga, very close to Oslo.
Smart riding here. No, not smart at all, unfortunately. He smart riding, I want to say he wanted to take advantage of that bottom section.
Well,
but he misjudged completely the direction of that jump. Very, very tough to actually find the right direction because it's rolling away, and he touched some rocks on the way down. He's still in the snow.
Well, and he lost a ski, so no matter what happens, he will not score, or he'll have a did not finish. And just waiting to see some movement there. And just so you know, in case of a fall, if the riders are okay, they give us a wave of the hands or of their ski poles, and if they are injured, they've been told to lie still. And in this case, for the moment, it looks like Dennis is lying still, so obviously we're scrambling the guides down the face to see what condition he is in, and obviously to stabilize him and assess his physical condition, and if necessary, to heli lift him off the mountain, as unfortunately we saw here last year as well. There you can see the guides, plenty of guides in the face, stationed all up and down the face, and quite a few of the guides as well are actual doctors. All of the guides, of course, have certified first aid training, but there are a minimum of 2 guides who are actually medical doctors at each of our Freeride World Tour stops. And there, the guide on site with Dennis. To assess his physical condition. And of course, we will not speculate on any injuries that Dennis may or may not have. The way the procedure works now is the first guide has radio contact to the contest organization, and of course the rest of the safety crew. If Dennis is injured to the point that he cannot ski down the mountain under his own power, then this guide will be joined very shortly by at least 1 or 2 other guides to help stabilize Dennis and get him prepared to be heli lifted off of the mountain. Of course, there's always a minimum of 3 helicopters on site. There's a medicalized helicopter and our helicopter with the Cineflex, and then there's a backup helicopter as well. So while we're waiting to find out more about Dennis Riesvoll's condition, we're going to take a look at one of our Freeride World Tour daily clips to find out a little bit about what was going on before the competition day came to start.
Welcome back to the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017. We are here for the all-important stop number 3 in Fieberbrunn, Austria. It's crunch time. And to find out what that means, let's get a few words from our contest director, Bertie Denervo.
Yeah, after the first 3 stops of the season, we'll take the 2 best results. And only the top 12 ski men, the top 6 snowboard men, the top 6 ski women, and the top 4 snowboard women are coming to Haynes, are qualified for Verbier and for next year. And these will be fighting for the world title.
Thank you, Bertie.
You're welcome.
Now let's head up to the face check to see what the riders think about all that. Taisuke, how are you?
Super fine.
Sammy Lupke, how you feeling?
Feeling good.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm really happy about the fresh snow.
Looks pretty good. I don't know, little sharky up there maybe.
The conditions are looking good, so the competition is on for Wednesday, March 8th. It's official. Now the question is, what are the riders' strategies for contest day?
I mean, honestly, it's just 2 lines to choose from, you know, if you want a podium, so yeah.
I decided to make it simple. I just take the biggest jump and then I go full speed.
It's really interesting. There looks like there's a lot of options, but then also not a lot of options.
The only thing is I never jumped such a big jump, so it's all in. If I land, I do something really good. If I don't land...
Well, there is a bit of a pressure because I'm sitting in 13th place and I want to qualify, or I'm going to qualify for Alaska, but I don't really think about that. fact, so I just ski and try my best or doing my best.
Check out all the Freeride World Tour social media channels for the latest updates and official start times. We'll see you up on the mountain.
Well, if you are here watching us, apparently you did check out all of our Freeride World Tour social media channels for the latest updates and start times, because it is on. Now, we do have some news. Dennis Riesville has injured himself, but he is conscious and talking to the guides and the doctors who are currently preparing him to be heli-lifted off the mountain. He'll obviously be taken down to the valley and assessed by doctors waiting down in the valley, and then taken to hospital if the doctors down below deem that necessary. But he is okay. He's conscious. He's talking with the doctors and with the guides here on the face, and they're preparing him once again to be heli-lifted off the mountain. So we do have a little bit of break, and while we're waiting, we're going to run you back through some of the details about how the mid-season cut works and why it is crunch time here today in Fieberbrunn, Austria. As you can see on screen there, these are our medicalized helicopters taking off and to go pick up Dennis. And while we wait for that to be done, here once again is the way it all works on the Swatch Freeride World Tour. This year, once again, first event in Val Nord, then Chamonix restaged in Andorra, and Fieberbrunn. Those are first three competitions. And for those contests, 22 men's skiers, 11 men's snowboarders, 9 women's skiers, and 8 women's snowboarders. We take the top 2 results for every single athlete on tour, add up all the points, the top 12 men's skiers, 6 men's snowboarders and women's skiers, and the top 4 women's snowboarders qualify for the dream stop in Haines, Alaska, and the grand finale in Verbier, Switzerland, as well as for the Freeride World Tour 2018. And obviously after the grand finale at the Extreme Verbier, we add up the 4 of the best 5 results on the year to determine our world title holders and the overall end of season ranking. And there you go. So that's why it's crunch time, because this is stop number 3 here in Fieberbrunn, Austria. And at the end of the day today, we shall find out who our lucky qualifiers are and who will win the illustrious tickets for the Dream Stop in Haines, Alaska, and the grand finale in Verbier, Switzerland. And now, speaking of safety, safety on the face is a very, very important thing. As we've just seen, we have plenty of guides here making sure that everyone is skiing in as safe conditions as possible. And to find out a little bit more about that, we're going to have a look at a safety clip that we filmed while we were waiting for safe conditions at the first stop on tour in Chamonix, France, earlier this winter.
On ne montre pas l'envers du décor, et c'est bien aussi de montrer, il y a un aspect de sécurité, donc voilà, on n'est pas des surhommes.
In terms of security, the Freeride World Tour tries to be proactive with the riders, so we organize workshops with them. Today, the rookies on the tour had an ESTA course. This is a full day of avalanche prevention and mountain safety. The others who did the ESTA course last year had workshops today, workshops with the PGHM. This is the mountain police here in Chamonix.
On avait 2 DVA planqués et puis on faisait un deuxième atelier avec une victime qui était enfouie. On avait un inconscient qui respirait. Ce qu'on voulait vraiment voir, c'était qu'ils sortaient leur victime délicatement, parce que l'avalanché, il est polytraumatisé la plupart du temps. Et s'il n'est pas polytraumatisé et qu'il le retrouve au bout d'un bon moment, il est potentiellement hypothermes. Donc il faut vraiment les manipuler avec le plus de délicatesse possible. Plus on se forme sur des petits gestes simples, parce que c'est vraiment simple à mettre en place, et plus on a de chances de sauver des gens.
And they had a second workshop with Reco, our new partner.
Reco Rescue System is an additional electronic tool for the professional mountain rescuers to look for people buried in avalanches.
Yeah, the local knowledge is key. If you come to a place that you don't know, the risk has already gone up really high. So talk if you know locals. Mountain rescue is the best in patrol because they're on the mountain all the time. They know all about the snowpack. That's your best source of information.
I always use 3 factors: the human factor, the mountain itself, and the weather. And of course, the human factor, it's the factor we can work the most on it, because we can really prepare us and put the gear together that we need to do any kind of activity we do. We have now new tools that are helping us to not only react when an avalanche is happening, to study the snow before, and for example the Avatec scope pole, we are checking the different snow layers, how they're bounded together, and out of this we can see if there is instability in the snow or not.
And some come from a freestyle background or alpine background. They don't all come from freeride backgrounds, so some have more or less knowledge here in the mountains, so we try to do our best to give them some more education on our side.
And welcome back to Fieberbrunn, Austria for stop number 3 on the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017. As you can see there on screen, that is Dennis Riesvoll being heli-lifted off of the mountain after a big spill. Luckily, he is okay. He's complaining of pain in one of his arms. Other than that, he is just fine. He's a very tough young Norwegian.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We, we make jokes about Vikings and stereotypes about Vikings, but he truly embodies the Viking spirit. And an unfortunate spill for Dennis, but luckily he is okay. And he'll obviously, he's obviously already being taken care of by the medical team. With reportedly just an injured arm after that big spill down the bottom of the face. We're waiting for the safety team to get back into position. As we saw from that last clip, safety obviously paramount, a paramount priority here on the Swatch Freeride World Tour. Not only do we have a full team of guides as well as trained doctors on the face of the mountain, all of the riders as well go through extensive safety training. Martin, you can fill us in a little bit about all of the equipment that each of the riders have in their packs in case of avalanche or other accidents on the mountain.
You're right. It's mandatory for every competitor, and not only that, it's actually a standard in freeriding that the riders are equipped with a backpack filled with a shovel, probe, of course, avalanche beacon on you. The backpack is now even a standard, an avalanche backpack which can inflate one huge balloon that helps you float in case of an avalanche. It helps you float on the avalanche, and the chances of getting buried are less. Nevertheless, all those security and emergency equipment should not influence your judgment on if you should ride or not. So please get educated, not only buy the stuff, first of all train to use it, even a shovel and a probe, but especially the avalanche beacon. Train every season, not only once you buy it and then it's done. And please get educated on how to choose a line or decide if you should go or not.
Yes, indeed, and more ski schools and ski clubs across Europe and around the world doing specific freeride, offering specific freeride courses to clients. And actually the Freeride World Tour has a program where they partner up with different ski schools across Europe to put into place, make sure that everybody is trained in backcountry freeriding. And while we wait for Dennis to make his way off the mountain, we're going to have a look back at his winning run here from 2016.
Yeah, last season he was under pressure. He had 2 crashes from his previous event, so kind of 0 points, last in the rankings overall, and it was all or nothing for him last season. He was pretty late in the starting field, and he decided last second to go into that skier's left side of that venue. He had other intention in his mind, and then he skied the best line of the day. First, that obvious big cliff that we've seen one rider hit today. Here you can see you saw already some tracks, and then he mixed it up with his specialty, the backflip. Stomped as it would be nothing, cruising down in fresh powder snow. And again, you have to know he was coming up with that line choice last second. He saw it from the top of the mountain that the riders hit a few of those features at the bottom. And what did he do again? He just nailed another backflip.
So that massive cliff up top, 2 big backflips. And that was good enough for the win in 2016 for Dennis Riesvold. Unfortunately, not the result that he was hoping for here this year. Coming in sitting 10th in the overall rankings at the start of the day, and getting in a big drop and a big backflip up top, and unfortunately a big bail down the bottom. He was well on his way.
Really
yeah,
good
to
run, and good score. Like definitely would have if he would have stuck that cliff he was intending to go off. He definitely would have scored really good.
Well, there in the start gate, you can see that's the look from the top of the mountain. They've already shuttled our men's snowboarders up to the top as well, or started the rotations with the men's snowboarders, as we saw Ralph Backstrom there next to this man getting ready to drop in for his first run down the Wildsee-Loder face. This is Japan's Taisuke Kusunoki, 32 years old, out of Osaka.
A wild card.
Yes, a tour wild card. He won the 4-star Freeride World Qualifier event at the Freeride Hakuba 2017, just before the start of the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017 season. And the Freeride World Tour organization offered him a wild card to join us on the elite Swatch Freeride World Tour. Currently sitting in 17th position, 14th in Valnor and 17th at the Chamonix event in Andorra. So the pressure is on for Taisuke Kusunoki to throw down a very solid run here today on the face of the Wildsee-Loder.
Taisuke, as T referred in his home area. T, he has actually a background of mogul skiing. Mogul skiing is a really big sport still in Japan, and so he spent quite a lot of years of his skiing career going through moguls. And you can also see when you ride with him in the ski resort, he has a very playful character. He does 360s off every little knoll, so I'm gonna be surprised if we don't see a trick of him today.
Well, already getting a little jump in up top there.
You see the snow kind of released here already with the slabs and the bombs that have been treating the venue this morning. And very controlled, nice air coming out of that steep big mountain part of that face. a little bit of a high sider there in this Avi Debris section. Now getting into the skier's left side of the venue. Catching some air there.
A very stylish skier, easy on the eyes. I've loved watching him in the first two events. Even if he hasn't had spectacular results, he is a pleasure to watch as he carves his way down the faces of the Swatch Freeride World Tour in Europe at the start of this season, and putting on another great performance here today. Very playful run from the man out of Osaka, Japan.
It's a little tricky because, of course, he has a first track on most of those hits. We haven't seen many riders down the mountain already. The snow is fresh and fluffy at the bottom. Really sketchy, actually, for the riders to assume the right landing position, because at the top you have really crusty, hard-packed snow, and then if you come further down, it's really blow-up pow, pretty deep, and hard to do tricks off those wind lips because the takeoffs are pretty deep and soft.
Another stylish run, I guess is the way to describe it, from Taisuke Kusunoki, and as I was saying earlier, a pleasure to watch ski. Lots of jumps, but nothing in the double XL category. Nothing too extreme, but a very playful line. And very, air, lots of air and lots of style.
Very controlled
Taisuke.
this segment here. We might see some other riders going for a double in that section, but very wise, because you see the landing was still really hard, compact, and it's going to be hard to reduce the speed without getting into trouble. Here, the fun part, I would say, really, like, that's where he is at home. Coming from Japan, that's what he does all year. Like, that's at least the stereotype that you have from Japan. And
well, Japan certainly lived up to the stereotype at the the Freeride Hakuba 4-star event. And here we are, Taisuke Kusunoki waiting anxiously for his score. Once again, sitting 17th in the overall rankings. It's our top 12 skiers at the end of the day who will qualify for the Dream Stop in Haines, Alaska, and the grand finale in Verbier, Switzerland, as well as next year's tour. Of course, still plenty of Freeride World qualifying events left this season, so any riders who do not make the cut can go back to the Freeride World qualifiers and compete in some other events and try and score some points there. And the judges having to think about it. A very playful line.
Okay.
And Taisuke, usually he's got a big smile on his face, so you can tell that
maybe his mouth guard is in a way to do
even
nice
he's
smile.
feeling a bit of pressure. There we go. 74 points and second position behind Ryan Fea for the moment. And here we are back up to the top for another rookie rider on tour this year, Jan Rosis, out of Lausanne, his home resort, Verbier, Switzerland, 23 years young.
For him, it's a little less pressure because he's already qualified, sitting in
Third
the top
position,
3.
that's right. After a third place finish at the Chamonix and Andorra event, as well as a 6th place finish at Valnor Arcalis in Andorra as well. Won the Freeride World qualifying rankings in the Europe Oceania category and was 4th in the overall global rankings. And living up to the hype.
He's also not a stranger to some tricks. We have seen, especially those runs kind of in his home turf in Nonda. We've seen very playful and big mountain style riding at the same time, so he can he's a master of both in his young age. And as you said, he already lives up to those expectations. And we see very creative double right there, super controlled. That's what the judges want to see, with a lot of fluidity into that next section, knowing where he is.
Stay on your feet.
A little bit back slap, but it's
but not a tumble. But he will get, well, he won't score all of the points that he could have on that jump due to that back slap into the more playful section down below. A little stylish.
Very creative into
Yep.
that canyon. Good snow there. Here, the first track does make a big difference to shut down speed in that tight little zone. We didn't see that in the past years, and we have been competing here for the last...
Since 2011. So that's...
a long time.
Yep. Well, no. 7
Yeah.
years. 7 years. 7 years. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 7 years. All right. So there we go. Jan Rosis showing us why he's currently sitting third in the rankings and already enough points to move on to the final 2 stops on the tour this year.
That was a huge air. It was a little hard to tell from the angle that we saw, but the air time that he had, and he had a little shifty in there, so I thought he was super in control actually, but unfortunately maybe the snow was too soft in the landing. Really hard to tell. Here, that double at the top, you see 100% control, very relaxed, focused for the next segment.
And into some beautiful powder turns right behind it, and then sending that one.
Big drop, but as you really nailed it, it is a back slap. With the backpack in the snow, he will definitely get some points reduced. Not as much bonus that he would have loved to have, but because of that overall great run, especially the bottom section,
did enough
very
work.
Creative. He bumped up his score enough to be in first place currently.
80.33 points and taking over the hot seat from Ryan Fea, who's the student in physics in his master program at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne. So
he keeps impressing.
Yes, he does.
Constant podium contender.
All right,
So,
Logan Pejota up next. Last year's world number 2, having a bit of a shocker, as we say, on tour this year, sitting in 21st position. So looking to pull a Dennis Riesvoll from 2016 and win this event to maintain his place on tour for next season, and even more importantly to qualify for Alaska and Verbier.
And he has the abilities, what it takes to do that. He has the whole repertoire of aggressive big mountain riding and paired with stylish tricks of natural features. Riding very similar to Jan Rosis that we've seen before, but with more speed, same control. He's actually following his tracks. Let's see if he stumps that one clean.
Yep.
He does. A little tiny issue, but it shouldn't be that too much of a problem. You could see he was resisting. He was like, no, I'm going to stump that today.
Yes, indeed. A little
Here
tricky
comes
there.
into the playful
Super
area.
style. 3 podium finishes and a win in Haines, Alaska for Logan Pejota last season.
Bring it down. It's looking good. Very, very solid run. Definitely.
He's going to be in the top 3.
He did his part. He did his part.
For sure. Now we'll see.
Solid run. What the riders want. Of course, if he would have put the cherry on the cake, or the icing on the cake.
Yeah, the cherry on top.
A cherry on top to put some freestyle move in there. It would have been, I would say, a top 3 run today, at least. Let's see what the other riders will perform later on, coming up later.
You're thinking he was lacking a 360 or backflip? Is that what you're...
We will see, of course, how it plays out with the other rankings, with the other riders. But to do a winning run here, you usually have to do a trick. Usually.
Well, I like that double. Yeah, last year we saw 2 big backflips, but a good double up top and a solid cliff down the middle for Logan Pejota. Let's see what the judges thought about that. He's got a smile on his face. He liked it. And there we go. So did the judges. 89 points in the top spot for the 21-year-old Canadian out of Pemberton, riding for Whistler Blackcomb, British Columbia, Canada.
He will be pleased with that.
Yes, indeed.
Next one up, we will see what these 89 points are worth, because Loïc Coulon-Pateau is again a rider with the full spectrum of big mountain, gnarly line choices.
That's right.
Into freestyle tricks, spinning both ways.
Our reigning world champion, currently 6th in the rankings, 2nd position here last year with a score of 90 points. And looking to, well, he got 2nd at the Chamonix and Andorra event, and he's looking for a win, his first win on tour this year. And is it going to be here? That was fantastic.
There's a lot of speed for him to shut down, but he manages it perfectly. Of course, the landing was a little sketchy. You can see him back seat. But here we have the 360, not clean at all, though. He had the same run last year with that kind of alley-oop.
Yeah, the judges don't want to see them force it, and that was definitely a forced trick there for Loïc Coulon-Pateau. Rather out of control, so not what he was looking for. But no real pressure for Loïc, because he's already amassed enough points after the first 2 stops to be qualified to make the cut for the rest of the season. But he always wants to impress. His attitude is really to go all out.
And his attitude is to win another world title, where he has already 2.
In 2014 and obviously last year in 2016.
And of course, for the ones that have already qualified, it's already in their mind, let's put another great score in, because it's only one of the 5 scores overall that will be, what do you call it?
The 4 scores.
Deleted. One score
exactly. One score is dropped at the end. We take the top 4 out of 5, add up all the points, and that gives us the final season rankings. Well, that was a massive jump up top for Loïc Coulon-Pateau. So he started well.
And here we have his freestyle move. You can see not a lot of tracks in there already, so hard to assess the takeoff. And then a little out of control, rolling down the windows in the air. We have seen better from Loïc.
Yeah, that was
I'm pretty sure we won't see him taking first spot from Jan Rosis, who is currently in the hot seat.
From Logan Pehota.
Logan Pehota, sorry.
Logan
took it over from Jan
Rosis,
right.
Exactly. And Loïc Coulon-Pateau, you were speaking about, he is obviously still gunning for a world title, and that is well within reach, because he could easily win Alaska and Verbier. He finished 2nd in Haines last year behind Logan Pehota. So more than capable of winning another world championship. And if he were to do that, he would equal the record for most Freeride World Tour titles with fellow Frenchman Xavier Delarue, obviously in different categories. Logan in men's skiing, Xavier in men's snowboarding. But I'm sure he would love to bring another Freeride World Tour title home to France, and in his case to the town of La Clusaz. There's already 1 there. Well, there's 2 for Loïc and 1 with Condy Tovex. There's the score, 75.66 points and 4th position currently for Logan. Having a look at the score, giving a little nod. Fist pump with Logan Pehota. The 2 of them, Logan and Loïc, battling it out for the top spot on tour last year. Next up, Christopher Tjordell out of Sweden, having a very good year on tour so far, sitting in 2nd position with a 2nd place finish in Val Nord and 7th at the Chamonix event restaged in Andorra.
Back to back, we see those heavy hitters in this start list. Christopher Tjordell, one of the most, I would say one of the smoothest rider in technical terrain. That's my claim. Amazing how easy he can make look terrain that is so difficult, and he's going big.
Oh.
Can he shut down the speed in time before the avalanche debris comes? He does.
Well,
Such a strong skier.
Didn't even need to. He just fired straight through the avalanche debris.
now he's into the
That was awesome!
joy part, but wow, what a top section.
And I love it. His little motto is, as a mountain birch, easy to bend but impossible to crack. And he is proving that right here. Christopher Turdel, or Turtle as we so fondly call him, is having an amazing run.
Let's see if he can... Yes, he can... was exactly in the tracks of Mr. Logan Pahoda. So, that was very impressive. I would say that must be a lead change, because that top section was as gnarly and as technical as it gets.
That top section was huge.
Yeah, I want to see that replay, because I'm not sure about the landing. It was stumped, but it seemed like he was hooked on that inner ski a little bit.
Now, Christopher Turdel was a rookie last year, finished the season in 4th position, but won the first event of his career on the Swatch Freeride World Tour, on the Elite Tour.
Variable snow, I would say.
Had
down below.
2 podium finishes. Oh, no, sorry, 1 podium finish last year. That was it.
Here we see him lining it up, pointing it, and going for that huge air. And he landed just slightly on that crack, but he still managed to stay on his feet. Wow, that
throwing some massive
just
downhill
keeps
turns in.
us.
Yeah, he is, well, as
and
you
that's
said,
skiing
super
within
solid.
his limits, you know, that's the joke. He's not even pushing it. Like, he's so comfortable in this terrain.
Are you sure about that? Well, the man from Gällivare in Sweden, north of the Arctic Circle, the 27-year-old, putting on quite a show here for us today in Fieberbrunn. Finished 2nd in Val Nor, and there you can see Logan Peota looking a little bit nervous. He's our current leader in the hot seat. Will he be holding on to that hot seat once the judges drop in the score for Christopher Turdel? And here it comes. Yeah, 91 points and the top spot for Christopher Turdel. A logical result.
Thank you.
Seeing how he handled the top half of the Wildsee loader face.
Ooh, pressure is on Leo. We have already a title race going on. Of course, it's all about crunch time, about the cut. Who's going to make it with us to Alaska and Verbier? But I can tell you, we can already talk about who's going to end up with the belt.
Title scenarios, yes indeed.
Because Turdel in overall 2nd place with such a run. If Leo is not holding up to that, then he will carry it away with Jan Rossis in his back.
Yes, indeed. Well, here we go. Ivan Mad Malikov jumping straight out of the starting gate, literally. The only one of our top 6 in the rankings who has not finished on the podium yet so far this year, with 2 5th place finishes. And he's... ooh, no, Ivan! No. Oh.
It's exactly a spot where you don't want to fall. Just before a cliff, and unfortunately he did. He caught an edge. And
rolled quite a way down through the powder.
We see the guides already making their way to him. They will be there within seconds.
Well, and Ivan only knows one speed, and that is to go full out. And that's exactly what he did, riding in his trademark style. All the guides are on him. He is a very tough customer, but anyone taking a spill like that is going to be very shaken up. As you can see, the judges, or the guides, obviously seeing the start of the fall already commenced skiing down to him before he'd even come to a stop. So the competition obviously on hold once again following this crash from Ivan Malikov. the 37-year-old Russian. And as we explained to you earlier, the guides will be assessing his physical condition and determining whether he can make his way down off the mountain or not. However, he lost both of his skis and most likely his poles as well. And after a fall like that, you'd have to assume that they're going to want to stabilize him and heli lift him out just as a precaution. And there you can see the medicalized safety helicopter already up in the air, getting ready to fly him off the mountain. We can see he's talking with the guide, so he's conscious. We do have some movement for him, but obviously he won't want to be moving around too much just before the guides and the doctors can really assess his physical condition. You can see there the guides with the stretcher being lifted up to Ivan's position on the Wildsee-Loder face. And very unfortunate way to finish the day for Ivan Malakhov. Hopefully he's okay. I mean, we do know he's conscious and he is moving and communicating with the guides, and we just hope that he is not too severely injured and that he'll be able to participate in the upcoming event in Haines, Alaska, because sitting currently in 4th position in the overall rankings, he's obviously qualified for the rest of the tour and all ready for next year as well. Okay, coming up next, while we wait for Ivan Malakhov to be lifted off the face, our next rider in will be Switzerland's Jeremy Heitz, and we've been following him very closely this season on tour for his own special web series, and we're going to take a look at a bit of that web series right now.
The Freeride World Tour is now well underway for Jeremy Heitz. After conditions in Chamonix prevented a contest being held safely, organisers made the decision to hold 2 events back-to-back in Val-Noir-Calais. After months of preparation, it's finally time for Jeremy to put a bib on.
C'est chaque fois assez dur de savoir comment aborder la première compétition. Il y a chaque fois le niveau qui augmente quand même pas mal chaque année. Donc c'est dur de se situer où on est. L'année passée, je voyais que j'avais un peu trop poussé sur les skis. Et là, j'aimerais revenir un peu en arrière pour essayer d'assurer un peu plus, tout en sortant un peu de cette fameuse zone de confort.
Going straight down.
Je suis parti sur une ligne un peu plus engagée que j'avais fait il y a 2 ans sur cette même face, mais ça n'a pas suffi. D'ailleurs, je suis arrivé en bas, je me suis dit, mais j'aimerais bien remonter pour essayer de faire un peu plus. J'avais ce sentiment d'avoir pas poussé assez pour scorer cette première compétition.
74 points in second position, still not bad, but once again the eternal second.
C'est une super ambiance. Je suis sur le World Tour avec mon bon pote Samy. On est vraiment une bonne équipe, du coup on se marre bien. Puis voilà, on fait passer le temps et je pense qu'on est un bon groupe de copains avec le même intérêt, c'est d'être là pour skier et puis pour faire un bon résultat. J'ai une revanche à prendre sur jeudi dernier et puis voilà, j'espère que les réglages sont faits et puis j'attends beaucoup de cette prochaine compétition.
J'ai essayé de trouver une ligne un peu dans les cailloux mais pas trop non plus, donc on va voir. Il y a tout le temps cette petite part de chance qu'il faut qu'il soit avec nous.
A lot of pressure for him on as well. He's going for the title. No wonder he was so close for many years, and it's time to do that last step.
Okay, Jeremy, so yeah, just a couple of words, just what happened?
Je suis tombé. I crashed.
This impressive crash sees Jeremy slide to 12th position in the overall standings. He is sat on the bubble. After the next event in Fieberbrunn, the field will be cut to just 12 skiers for the final events in Alaska and Verbier. The pressure is on. This is arguably the toughest challenge Jeremy Heitz has faced on the Freeride World Tour.
Well, there you have it, 100 miles per hour with Jeremy Heitz. We'll speak a little bit more about him in a second. Just to bring you up to date, competition is still on hold. Ivan Malakoff is sitting up, talking to the guides. Obviously a bit battered and bruised and beaten, but he is one tough cookie, that is for sure. And he is okay. They're obviously flying him off the mountain. They're not going to have him ski down. He probably could, actually, if they gave him an extra 15, 20 minutes to recover a bit and get his wits about him.
And they're pumping that mattress that is covering his whole body right now.
Exactly, to keep him warm and stabilize him in a nice little cocoon. And they're going to fly him off the mountain. But he was sitting up. He is moving. He is conscious. He is communicating with the guides and the doctors. So... He is okay, and obviously, though, they're going to fly him off the mountain. There's guides and doctors working on him to get him ready to be heli lifted off the mountain. There's also guides who have gone to collect his skis and poles because we cannot leave those skis and poles on site. We'll bring you more on Ivan Malakoff's condition as well as Dennis Riesvald's later on in the day. And there he is, Jeremy Heitz, getting ready to drop in next. The 27-year-old out of Les Maricottes, Switzerland. We call him the eternal number 2. He's already finished second in the world. In 2015, he has finished second place in at least a half dozen competitions over the years. And this is the man, though, that every year we talk about him as a favorite to win the title, because when he does put a full season together on the Swatch Freeride World Tour, he will be a world champion at some point if he can manage to just hold it together for an entire season. Though this year, Jeremy Heitz is sitting literally on the bubble in 12th position as he gets ready to drop in here today. So he definitely has pressure on his shoulders to perform. A 9th place finish to start the season in Val-Nord-Arcalis, and then a big crash at the Chamonix event restaged in Andorra where he finished 21st. So Jeremy Heitz has a lot of pressure to perform here today on the Wielseloder face, and we wish him the best of luck. And he will be dropping in just a few minutes' time. As you can see there, the riders up on the ridge, having a look down, scoping some lines. And Martin, you were talking about one of the things about this venue is that from the top of the mountain, the riders do have a very good view of the face all the way down to the bottom, which is not the case at many of these venues.
Yes, you're right. It's some Cineflex shots. You could see that the start is dropping super steep off, so either you go left or right. Actually, it's not possible to ski right into the fall line, but that shape of that mountain offers the riders the view to see those riders left and riders right lines. Maybe not every little landing, but definitely the majority of the runs they can see, and I'm very sure that They also saw Ivan Malakov getting into trouble on his on his line. That was, of course, one of the gnarliest lines you can ride on that mountain. Unfortunately, he clipped the ski before takeoff. That's the worst case. Unfortunately, he had a big crash, and the riders saw everything of that from the top. Great to see the riders still not injured too much, but definitely it's gonna be a head game for the riders. They know if the top riders have troubles going down here, then they know what to. Yeah, they might be a little
adapting their line choice. And
yeah.
Speaking of lines, we're going to take a look now at the top 5 speed lines from the season so far on our Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017. And there you have it, 10 years of the Swatch Freeride World Tour. And those were our top 5 speed lines from those last 10 years. We've been competing here on the Wildseeloder Face in Fieberbrunn, Austria for 7 of those 10 seasons. And this man here has been with us for about half of those 10. His first big year on tour, 2013, with 2 second-place finishes in Revelstoke, Canada, and Courmayeur, Italy. And he is, of course, Jeremy Heitz. And once again, lots of pressure on this skier's shoulders today here in Fieberbrunn, sitting on the bubble in 12th position. That is the last qualifying position for the mid-season cut. It is truly crunch time today for Jeremy Heitz.
He needs a score, a solid score, to push him further to Verbier and, of course, the dream stop, Verbier, Haines, Alaska. Here we have the top section. Again, it's not scored until this point. And here his run starts. First little drop into big exposure, huge drop. Ah! Just came short. Ski came off, and I don't know how many tomahawks. It's so hard to ride today because of those different conditions.
What's really amazing is in the middle of all that, he actually had the peace of mind to put his hand on his top of his helmet. Did you see that? He grabbed his head. That is true experience, but unfortunately that is not what we want to see, and definitely not what Jeremy Heights wanted to happen here today. He had lots of pressure because he had a massive crash at the last event in Chamonix in Andorra and another one here in Fieberbrunn. Lots of pressure on this young man's shoulders to perform, and I don't know, maybe a bit too much. Either way, you've seen the reactivity of the guides right on top of him as they were already moving down the face as soon as they saw him fall. Already 2 guides on site. And well, we could see Jeremy in the middle of all of that, grabbing his head to protect his head, even though he obviously has a helmet on. He is moving. He's sitting up. We can see that on screen. So all positive signs. But, well, we know that he is going to be very frustrated at this point in time. He is the fastest man on skis and on the Freeride World Tour. And unfortunately, though, sometimes that leads to big crashes. And that's his second of the season. 2 major crashes for Jeremy Heights on the Swatch Freeride World Tour for 2017, and a very unfortunate finish to his season, because with that result I have a hard time seeing him holding on to the 12th qualifying position. Okay, let's take a look at that again. Martin, tell us what went wrong.
So he wanted to spice it up with that little drop here, but that kept him off his perfect line. The takeoff was not ideal. Oh no, he actually landed on rocks. He wanted to avoid it by spreading his legs, and that when everything went wrong, his legs spread apart, and then it was just into a front flip orgy. I counted 20 times that he touched his snow. Head, toes, head, toes, head, toes, head, toes, head, toes. And can you imagine how mixed up your brain is after such a tumble?
Yeah, like you have a brain like scrambled eggs after a fall like
yes.
that. And I thought that he was trying to grab his helmet, but it was actually his hands were just up in the air as he completely ragdolled, we call it. That's that is the you look in the Webster's English Dictionary for the term ragdoll, and there is a video clip now, because it's all online, of Jeremy Heights doing exactly that. That is the true definition. And we can be a little bit lighthearted about it because we know that Jeremy is okay. At the same time, we're very disappointed because with this crash, Jeremy Heights will not be qualified for the last 2 stops on tour, the Dream Stop in Haines, Alaska, and the grand finale in Verbier, Switzerland. I'm sure if he wants it, he will probably be awarded a wild card back for 2018, although those wild card spots are precious and hard to come by. But if anybody deserves one, it is definitely Jeremy Heights. And a very, very frustrating finish to the season for the 27-year-old Swiss skier Jeremy Heights. And the riders, though, up on top now. I mean, Martin, you're a former competitor.
This is so
so
tough
what's going
now
through the head of the riders who are still up at the top after seeing 3 major crashes and 2 in a row from? Well, first we had Dennis Riesfall, and then we had Ivan Malikoff and Jeremy Heights with 2 huge bails, one after the other. I mean, what's going through your head if you're a rider up top? And Mark Maikos. So getting ready to drop in now as our rookie out of the US of A. Imagine the pressure that he's feeling right now.
You're questioning a lot. Is your line choice the correct one? Do I have to ski more mellow? Do I have to change my line because of that? And he's also going into a really tough part here. Point it. Oh! It's...
Oh, Mark.
It's so tough at the moment to ride, and they are still going so big.
Well,
I was wishing they tone it down a little bit when they see all those riders go, but they have, of course, everything is set in their mind. And he is,
yeah,
it's unbelievable. He is standing upright after such a huge crash. Mark Michaels. He seems to be fully okay. Of course,
he's not giving us the wave, but he is sitting upright. Oh, he did wave. Okay, no, so we're getting the information. He did wave. Now he is standing up. As you can see, with the force of impact, as does happen sometimes, his avalanche backpack has released. That's the big red wings that you see on the side. And Martin, to come back to it, we talk about crunch time here at this third event on tour, and it truly is. Mark Michaels sitting 15th in the rankings. He has to be in the top 12 to qualify for Alaska and for the last stop in Switzerland. And it is truly, it might be a cliche, but go big or go home. That is really what it's about for these riders here. Even Malakoff, that's just the way that he rides. He could have just waltzed his way down the face and worked on his powder turns. He didn't need to do that. But guys like Jeremy Heitz and guys like Mark Michaels, they're on the bubble. They are looking for qualification for next season and for the last two stops on tour. To go to Haines, Alaska, the dream stop. It is a mythic location in freeriding, freeride skiing, freeride snowboarding, and of course to ride the Bec des Roses at the grand finale at the Extreme Verbier, the last event of the season that has been going on for over 20 years. It is the granddaddy of them all. It's the reason that the Swatch Freeride World Tour exists. This is really, and we're looking at it on screen once again, this is what at stake. This is why it's crunch time, and this is why these guys push themselves. They are true professionals, and really they are on the limit of qualification, and therefore they are pushing themselves to their limits. And unfortunately, sometimes these big crashes, that's what happens. We get it in other mountain sports as well, in downhill. I mean, they're going for it. The guys that are going for the Crystal Globe at the end of the season, they're pushing themselves, and this is the free riding equivalent of what happens at places like Kitzbühel and the big downhill events. And as you see on screen, once again, just to run you guys through the scenarios, Val Noor, Chamonix, Fieberbrunn, our first three stops on tour. We take the top 2 out of 3 results. It is only the top 12 men's skiers who qualify for the last 2 stops on tour and automatically re-qualify for next season. There's 23 guys on our start list. Well, there's 22 competing today because there's a few who are in the rankings. We started the year with more than 22, but there's 22 today because we do have some riders who are injured. But there is pressure for all of them to perform and to make that cut into the final 12, and this is the result of that pressure. They're going big. They know they have to go big or they go home. And we've seen Jeremy Heitz is going home. Mark Michaels is going home. And there's some guys, though, down at the bottom of the start list now who have a chance to step up and qualify for Alaska and for Verbier, Switzerland.
You're right.
Okay. Speaking of riders who have been under pressure and have actually dropped off tour in the past and made it back on, there's one of them. He's actually our ratings leader this season, and he's going to be dropping in a few riders' time. That's Leo Slemet. We're going to take a look at some GoPro footage. First look from Leo Slemet.
Allez, bien relâché.
Okay, and we are back to the top as we've just finished watching the GoPro view of the winning run from the last event on tour won by Leo Slemet. And now we're back here in Fieberbrunn, Austria, and ready for another rookie rider, Sam Lee, otherwise known as Ibex, out of Wanaka, New Zealand. He's currently sitting equal 7th in the rankings, tied with our 2012 world champ, Rainy Barkeret. And he is qualified. He is one of the rookies who has stepped it up already on tour this year and has amassed enough points to be qualified for Haynes, Alaska and Verbier, Switzerland. Standings there currently on screen. Churdel and Pehota in the top 2 spots.
And to mention, super smart and super impressive, he is actually double qualified because he is competing on the qualifiers at the same time. And he has close to maximum points already in the qualifiers. So really impressive head.
And won the last event here, not here in Fieberbrunn, but at Montafon, Silvretta Montafon Open Faces in Austria. So coming off a win at the 3-star Freeride World Qualifiers here in Austria. So he is flying high, Sam Lee, out of New Zealand, and enjoying the Austrian powder here on the top of the Wildseeloder face as he makes his way skiers right across through the powder fields, enjoying some nice turns here before he comes into a more serious part of the face, let's call it.
Whoa, that was a last second decision to change direction. Very smart riding there. Great new feature. We haven't seen hitting that cliff, I would say, even ever, at least in this shape, in this part. He's going all the way to the skier's right. You see some slide with a backflip. Oh. Nearly stomping it, so close. Oh, that would have been so nice. What a ramp he found there for that backflip. And he still didn't get the rotation all the way, so he was too much in front, and he had to front punch.
Yeah, head over heels on the landing on that one for Sam Lee, but nothing really at stake for him. He's just looking to put on a good show, as he already has his ticket for Haynes, Alaska, and for Verbier, Switzerland, and for the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2018. So he was looking just to enjoy the fresh powder snow here on the face of the Wildseeloder. Chose a line without any slough or avalanche debris. Had a very good time. Threw in a little backflip. Did a few little front flips afterwards, but it's all good. As you can see there, body language says it all from Sam Lee, otherwise known as Ibex. Darn, I would have liked to stick that one, but that's okay.
He knows.
I'm going to Haynes and Verbier.
And he knows he's happy, of course, to qualify, and he's in a great position. But this run was quality, and he knows that. And he could have really come out with a great score here as well.
Yeah.
So he knows that there was something he gave away, because this backflip here, he just didn't make it all the way before the landing and couldn't stick it. He had to front punch 2 times.
Here comes your score here, Sam.
I don't want to say on purpose, but you see the skills to get back on your feet.
Yeah.
That was not luck. It was actually the ability to control even a fall. Unfortunately, it was a huge fall, so that's why the points are at 35. But the rest, like that composition of the run was great. From the point he dropped into that lower section, a pleasure to watch.
For sure. Connor Pelton up next. Life's a Garden, dig it, says our man, otherwise known as Party On. And he was partying on the other night at the Schnapps Distillery, loving the local Tyrolean culture. He was one of the better yodelers of the group. And he is coming back on tour with an injury wild card. currently in 11th position, so with a bit of pressure to perform here today as well on crunch time. Holding on pretty well for the moment.
Originally coming from an area which is not known for big mountain riding.
Manistee, Michigan.
But he is a true passionate skier. He moved to a place where it's a little steeper and learned how to ski big mountains. He knows how to throw a trick or two as well. Competing in freestyle, all aspects of the sport is embodied in Connor Pelton. Maybe he missed some features. I'm pretty sure there was an air in there that he wanted to hit. At least the body language looking back up the mountain said so. Here we have those more playful sections, a little tree bunk. There are no kind of run out or no tracks yet that you can follow to really do a nice trick. It's all natural airs here. Cruising down in fresh snow, enjoying the powder in Fieberbrunn, but I think that he missed some features that he was intending to go on.
Or maybe just decided against them after seeing the results of some of those big spills from earlier in the field.
Even though he might be a little frustrated, I know who's happy, and that's his parents, because seeing all those riders crash so hard, I'm pretty sure Scott and Edie were pretty nervous at home watching, staying up late night to see their son ride, but he's safe down, although a little frustrated, probably not to ski the line he wanted to.
As we have a look at the top part of that run again.
Shutting down speed there. It was a nice little entry on top there, but now I'm sure there was a different plan. And here as well, probably the takeoffs weren't skied out as he would love them to, and with his starting number, sometimes you have some really nice takeoffs at the bottom of those rollers. But they were not there yet, so that's why the score is not up to his expectations.
59 points, 8th position for Connor Pelton. Obviously, you can see a look on his face a bit disappointed. This man here, Leo Slemmet, no pressure whatsoever to perform for Leo Slemmet.
I want to say no pressure. I don't think so, because he knows he has the golden bib, of course. That's easy to tell. You are in a great position to maybe walk away with the title at the end of the year, and it's 4 out of 5 that come into scores that come into play. So we are at competition number 3. It is still already, we are already in the title race.
Yes,
and
indeed. And coming off the win.
Christopher. Ooh. Holy macaroni.
That was sketchy. So yes, Leo Slemmet leading the rankings.
How can he ski out of that as if it would be nothing? He just landed so close to a rock, or probably even on a rock.
He's from Chamonix, Martin.
Yes, it's a different breed.
No doubt.
And he continues to rock. He knows how to put a great score together, to compose a run. Unfortunately, a little flatter landing than he would expected, so it was a little backseat there.
Well, there you go. As you said, tight in the title race with Christopher Turdel. Leo Slemmet winning the last event on tour. Turdel taking second at the first stop in Valnor-Arcalis. So these boys battling for the title. They both have 7th place finishes as well. Nice 360 there from Leo. But Turdel obviously sitting at the top of the current rankings here today in Fieberbrunn. And once again, both riders dropping a 7th, or their lowest result up to now, 7th place. So as you said, as I said, no pressure to perform as far as the qualification cut is concerned, as you pointed out so well and so pertinently. However, in the case of the race for the world title this year, there is a tiny bit of pressure on the shoulders of Leo Slemmet, just a tiny bit, to perform today here at Fieberbrunn.
It's only the title.
In the Saalbach Interglam Leogang Fieberbrunn ski area. only the title, and of course on a mythic face, the Wildsee-Loader, as we can see there.
And he took that cliff from the highest point you can, that knoll, and he didn't have enough speed, so that's why he landed kind of halfway down, or at least the bottom section he didn't clear all the way, and he still managed to ski out of there as if it would be nothing. Wow, that's nerves of steel, Mr. Leo Slimet.
And incredible skill as well.
Yes.
There he throws.
But actually not to freak out mid-air, because you see you're not going to clear it, and then keeping your head together and stomping it. Wow, that's that is impressive.
No doubt.
Christopher Todell still in the hot seat in the sun.
And most likely hanging on to that one. And as you can see on his neck warmer there, it says Verbier 4 Vallées, and that is because Leo Slimet, although out of Chamonix Valley, is sponsored by the resort of Verbier. And of course, as all of the riders this year riding for Estelle Ballet, who our women's world snowboard champion from last season, unfortunately passed away after an avalanche accident, and Leo Slimet riding for Estelle. They were boyfriend and girlfriend, so sponsored by her home resort as well. 8th position for Leo Slimet, still not looking too disappointed, but Christopher Todell will definitely move ahead of him in the rankings at the end of the day here. Another man on the hot seat. Well, not in first place, but in a hot spot. 13th in the rankings is the local boy, Fabio Studer. Once again, needs to move up at least one spot to qualify for the final 2 events of the season. So he definitely, pressure is on for Fabio.
And with what we have seen so far, I must say, I hope he's riding smart. He doesn't, that's my assumption, he doesn't have to push it hard. He just needs to have a solid result, and he can do that with a
he's got a 9th place
not
finish.
pushing the limits.
Ooh! Well, so much for
Great.
not pushing the limits. A 9th place finish and an equal 25th, so he does need a solid result, that is for sure.
That was pushing it, but not to the max. He can go even bigger or do something else there. But he's riding smart, I can see. He's not like forcing it. He's not going for the win. He doesn't need to.
No,
that's what I'm saying. You
no,
know?
exactly. He needs to stay on his feet. That is that's the goal today for Fabio Studer here.
And of course, if he can mix up some freestyle elements at the bottom, he will actually have a really good score. Probably not battling with Christopher Todell, because this was a run out of this world on the other side of this venue. Nice feature there. Now I must say he should stay on his feet, and it will be a solid score, and it will bring him to Alaska. And he knows that. Riding some good snow on the far skiers left. Another beautiful drop there, getting some natural hits.
Fabio with a solid freestyle background as well. Could have thrown a trick there, but I think that's where you said his strategy is just to stay on his feet and throw down a solid run. He stuck that one big jump up the top. Couple more. Couple
in this little river gorges there. But you're exactly right. Especially that last hit was picture perfect for a flat spin or backflip, or he has so many tricks in the bag. He even performed a Cork 7 once in Chamonix, beautifully stuck, like as if it would be nothing. And that definitely showed his smart riding. He knew he had to score well, but not a top score to secure his.
There's the big one up top.
Stop.
Exactly.
And you're right, that was tough to do, but super executed. So smart. He shut down speed still in the snow that was not touched by the Abbey debris, to not have too much speed going into those gnarly bits at the bottom.
Almost got caught up on that one, but managed to pull himself out of that forward momentum, and then just cruising through the powder. down to the finish line.
And here we have that last hit. He could have gone for a trick there, but he played it safe. Still super nice jump.
Well, he knew he didn't need to, and especially seeing a few of the crashes with guys just in front of him in the rankings like Jeremy Heitz and Dennis Riesvoll and Sam Ontematen, who's not even competing here today because he decided to go film in the U.S. as well. And even the riders like Drew Tabke, who pulled out due to personal reasons. So very smart strategy from Fabio Studer. Standing by with Logan Pejota, waiting for his score to come in, seeing where he's sitting currently in the rankings as we come down. Just two more riders yet to drop, so that as well, Fabio knew between the guys who are injured or not competing for personal reasons or due to sponsor commitments, he knew he just needs to move up one spot. And there's a few crashes from people directly in front of him. So one big jump was all he needed. And as we've seen right there, that was enough to put him into fourth position with 78 points. That is exactly the kind of result Fabio Studer was looking for today. So very smart skiing from the Austrian.
Manufactured score.
That's exactly it. Just building house, as we would say in the surf world. Rainy Barkeret, here we go. The mayor of Stomptown out of Åre, Sweden. 2012 world champion. He's ready to go. And this man, he said there's two ways to there's two lines to the podium here on the Wildsee face. And well, he's going to show us now which of the two he decided to ski.
And of course, he's going into that huge line that we've seen Christopher Claudel currently in #1, and he's going big. And now shutting down speed. That's the key part here. Super smart. Of course, so much talent. He can read the terrain so well, and of course his technique is insane.
Exactly.
So he skied it the smartest way possible. Still going huge of that.
Yes, indeed. Well, fourth place here last year, 2015. He had a big crash, so he's looking, and he hasn't podiumed since 2015 either. So he really is going all out, but
and
for
he's coming
personal
back
reasons.
up here. Same line here at the bottom, not clearing that air as far as Christophe Dourdel. So I would think that, or I think that he will not challenge the very top spot, but of course that top section there, that huge air, stomping it clean, shutting down his speed, super controlled with his great technique. Definitely will he will have a great score, but it's not gonna challenge the hot seat. His good friend Christopher Claudel currently sitting there.
It could be enough to put him on the podium.
Oh yeah, I think that's
we shall see.
Like he aired into the. We will see the replay in a second. He aired into that steep part. Here we have him lining it up. That's what he did even better. Boom, little air there. Not even a speed check. It was getting the direction right. And now it's you need some downhill legs, downhill racing legs. But here the lower part is definitely a section where we've seen Christopher Claudel ride even smoother and taking more advantage of the terrain, especially that last hit that we've seen Logan and Christopher hit was really nice and smooth. And here, I don't want to say René gave it away, but he would have had to step it up a little more for the first spot. That's my at least my viewpoint.
I agree with you there. I'm gonna.
The judges surprised me before,
yeah,
so they can
that's
stab
exactly
me in the back with that.
And they have, and we're watching the screens, and they're watching through the binoculars. So there we go. Third position logically behind Claudel and Pejota for Reini Barkeret. And then there was one, and that's Benny Meyer.
And Benny Meyer is in a similar position as Fabio Studer.
Exactly, sitting in 16th position currently. So he needs a result here. But he knows as well he needs to do a little bit better maybe than Fabio Studer. He needs a solid result, but he doesn't have to podium to make it through to the last two stops. To make it through crunch time.
And it is crunch time for him. He has seen his good friend Fabio Studer ski the skier's left part of it. That's the great thing. You can see the landing from the top there, so he knows, I'm pretty sure he has a game plan to avoid those bomb holes. Hopefully he has the right speed getting into there. That's super tricky this year. This cliff already has its challenges every year, but this year it's especially hard to do. Takeoff to find is really tough, and
he hit the rock.
Luckily he cleared it on the way down, tumbling.
Almost a carbon copy of Jeremy Heitz's fall. At least we know there's lots of, there's a good base there, lots of powder, but still, well, there we go.
He's okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A lot of crashes today. It's really tough to ride. We have that fresh snow, super nice and soft to ride, but of course a lot of slabs from the bombings this morning. So underneath the snow that slid off that very compact and little, yeah, not icy, but this little crusty layer. And that takeoff is completely crust. And then landing into more softer part, it's really hard to judge and to tell how shall I land, more forward, more centered, more backwards. Those are those nuances.
Exactly.
Here we have him.
There it is.
He didn't clear it all the way and
clipped the rock.
He clipped the rock. You're right. And there was even some kind of bomb hole just after. He just needed a little more speed.
Well,
and then gravity does its thing with your body until you stop eventually.
Well, he lost his ski as you saw there on screen, so a guide will be going and picking that one up for him. He is standing and walking around, so hopefully it's just a question of him making his way down to that lost ski and then being able to get in a few turns as he makes his way down to the bottom of the face here on the Wielseloder today. But wow. Spills and thrills in the ski men competition here at the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017 Fieberbrunn, Austria stop. Literally the
image that we see right now, you can see the dots. Those are not like little animals that dig a hole.
Those are the
Those
ragdolls.
fantasy animals, those are the ragdolls holes of Jeremy Heights to Luca's left and Bene Meyer to the Luca's right. And you see a lot of little holes. Those are probably 20 to 25 touches of head, toes, head, toe, head, toe.
Okay, well that is the end of the men's ski competition, and in just a few seconds we're going to find out the final results and then the final rankings and see who has made the cut at crunch time here in Fieberbrunn, Austria, who is moving on to the dream stop in Haines, Alaska in the grand finale in Verbier, Switzerland. And there he is, the man on the hot seat, Christopher Tjordel. Congratulations to Christopher. Here's our results. Tjordel, Pehota, Barker at our top three. The rookie Rosies in fourth, Fabio Studer in fifth. That logically should mean qualification. Ryan Fea, the American rookie, in sixth. Colombe Paton, our reigning world champ, seven. Taisuke Kusunoki with his best result of the season in eighth. Carl Renval also stepping it up in ninth. Our rankings leader before this event, Leo Slemet from France in 10th. Connor Pelton, a rather disappointing 11th. Sam Lee in 12th. That's okay, he was already qualified. Rookie Griffin Dunn, 13. And then all the boys who crashed out, Riesval, Malakoff, Heights, Maikos, and Benny Meyer in equal 18th across the board. So those are the results in the men's ski competition and our overall rankings. And once again, this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Moment of truth.
Our top 12 win their tickets to the 2018 Tour. Churldell takes over the top of the rankings, followed by Slemmet and Rosie still holding in third.
Lead, sorry to say.
Yeah, gigantically.
4,700 to 3,800.
A first place and a second place, his top two results there for Christopher Churldell. Reini Barkered equal third with Jan Rosies. So hot competition there for the that podium spot. Reigning world champ Colin Paton moves up a spot into fifth. Malakoff, in spite of his 18th place finish, still holding solid in the top 10 and 6th. Drew Tabke, absent today, down into 7th. Sam Lee was equal 7th, is now 8th. Logan Pehota, what a result for Logan. Needed a fantastic result here today. Skied his way to 2nd and 9th place and qualification in the rankings. Studer steps it up and moves into 10th. Ryan Fea, the rookie, as well, throws down and qualifies in 11th. And Connor Pelton was disappointed with his run, but pulls in 12th position. And just missing qualification by a hair, Japan's Taisuke Kusunoki. And I know that people really were rooting for Taisuke, the wild card, to make it through to Alaska and Verbier. Unfortunate finish for him as well, for Carl Renval and Sam Ontamaten as well, who chose to miss the event due to sponsor commitments and a filming a segment in the U.S. is bumped out of qualification. And there is our podium. Churldell, 2 Swedes and a Canadian. Churldell, Christopher, there he is on screen in the top spot with Logan Pehota, the Canadian, really with a run of his life here today to re-qualify for the Tour in 2018 and make sure he's with us in Alaska and in Switzerland for the last event on tour. And of course, the mayor of Stomptown, Reini Barkered, stepping it up. 3rd place on the podium and moving to equal 3rd in the overstandings. And now we're going to take a look at the next category, moving straight on with the Snowboard Men's competition. This category, it's all about 2 guys, and they are our reigning world champion. Sammy Lupke out of the US of A has been on fire, and Christopher Granbom out of Sweden, in spite of that big spill, sitting 2nd in the rankings. And why? Because he won the last event on tour, the Chamonix Mont Blanc event, restaged in Val-Nord-Arcalis, and Sammy Lupke winning the first event in Val-Nord-Arcalis and taking 2nd at the event restaged. So he is 1,000 points in front of Christopher Granbom, but Granbom hot on his heels with Penfield sitting in 3rd. Davy Baird, the rookie out of Alaska, 4th. Forstein, the rookie Austrian, 5th. Backstrom, former world champion, 6th. The 2 Frenchies are Camille Armand and Delerue in 7th and 8th, and Christopher Galvin out of the US of A in 9th position. We have the full field here today, and at Sammy Lupke, our reigning world champ and rankings leader, first man down the mountain, followed by Paul-Henri Delerue with, Davy Baird, Camille Armand, Christopher Galvin, John Penfield, and Flo Orley rounding out the field. Flo Orley retired, but our last year's world number 2 coming back for one last go-around for the hometown fans here on Wildsee-Loder. And Sammy Lupke in the starting blocks, getting ready to go. Once again, 1st and 2nd place finishes this year for the Californian out of Squaw Valley.
That was probably quite a lot of waiting for the guys. I'm sure they have been headed up already before, and the snowboarders had to watch some skiers crash hard. I'm sure they questioned where exactly they're going to ride, and they're going to choose some nice pockets that are still up there to not have that hard, compact crust to deal with. Sammy going all the way on the shoulder to the skier's right side of the venue. Now dropping into a combination here. Finding the good snow, shutting down speed in time before he could even possibly hit some more compressed parts.
Well, at the face check 2 days ago, he said he was feeling good.
For a 360 there.
Big
Beautiful.
360, awesome. Smooth as silk is Sammy Lupke. Big mountain stees up top, freestyle stees down below. And he said it in one of the clips we saw earlier. There's some great extreme terrain on the top of the Wildsee face, and it gets very playful and freestyle oriented down the bottom.
Going all the way to the skier's left, excuse me.
There must be some really good natural kickers over here for Sammy to traverse that far. That or some really good snow. He enjoys his powder turns.
Does.
Front side 3. There we go. Backside 3, front side 3, backside air.
Yes, what a combination.
Oh, yeah. Sammy Lupke.
A pleasure to watch him.
No doubt. Well, you know what? Where did he start? He started off last year in 5th position. After the second event, he moved into 1st, and he hasn't left the top of the rankings in the men's snowboarding since Chamonix Mont Blanc last year in 2016. One Chamonix, one here in Fieberbrunn, so the defending champion, and it looks like he wants to hold on to the title. Took 2nd in Haines, Alaska, and won Verbier, then won Val Nord and got 2nd in Chamonix. So he hasn't finished lower than in 2nd place since the first stop on tour last year in 2016. That's quite a run.
I'm claiming that this is going to be tough to beat that run.
For sure. This is awesome. I love it. Look at, he's got a little grin.
Just want to give a shout out to my daughter, Alexa.
And a snow mustache because of the face shots.
Happy birthday, I love you. Wow,
all right. Yeah, Sammy Lupke. He doesn't show much emotion generally, and when he's acting like that and he's smiling and blowing kisses, you know he's stoked. And as he rightfully should be, 90 points, the top spot, and directly into the hot seat for Sammy Lupke. Dude. And between you and me, I'm going to throw it down right now. He's going to stay in the hot seat until the end of the contest today. I'm throwing that out there. But we'll see what Paul-Henri Delarue has to say about that.
I just went to say wait till Thomas comes.
Yeah, I know. That's good. He's A, and he's riding for Austria.
He has a pressure to requalify, so to qualify. We'll see what is his... Thomas is coming right up in 3rd.
Exactly, and he's sitting 5th in the rankings. So
I give it to you because Thomas will not ride full on because he has to have a solid score. He cannot go all in. It would be a little stupid in my eyes, but we'll see.
We shall see exactly. Well, one man who has said that he is going all in, his strategy is to find the biggest jump and to try and land it. It's this man right here, Paul-Henri Polo Delarue, out of Saint-Lary, France. He's a Tour wildcard, currently sitting in 8th position. Once again, it is our top 6 men's snowboarders who make the cut for the last 2 events on season this year. He is the younger brother of 3-time world champ Xavier Delarue, who is no longer competing full-time, although does come back every now and then for a little go-around on the Bec des Roses. And Paul-Henri Polo is often riding, would love to ride the Bec des Roses with his brother, but he needs a solid result here today to qualify for the last 2 events of the season. And once again, he did say, I'm going to find the biggest jump I can and try and land it. If I do, I have done good. In the text. And he found the jump, and he landed on his butt. He's still going, though. He's giving it a little ooh la la. Did you see him shake his hand? Wow, that was big.
C'était grand.
C'était énorme. Fantastic.
But that is still a great technique. He saw that it's going to be tough to land, so he butt checked, probably even on purpose to reduce speed. Unfortunately, it will not score well, although it was the biggest cliff that we probably see from the Snowboard Men today. But it's not what the judges want to see, to land on your butt. Still, he has some fun riding this beautiful Austrian POW. We were blessed by the goods over the last few days and weeks. Finally, winter has arrived, and it's all-time conditions.
No doubt. Well, as is the family tradition in the Delerue family, Polo competed in border cross back in the day and took an Olympic bronze medal at the Torino Games in 2006, which his brother Xavier never actually managed an Olympic medal. So Polo does have one up on Xavier, and yeah, he's stoked. Look at that, fired up. Yes, Polo, way to go.
Yep, he claimed it, going for the biggest air there is, and
he found
did.
it, and he did, and he didn't stick it, but he didn't bail either. So
he stayed true to his claim.
Yes, indeed. A man of his word, Polo Delerue. Awesome, and he's fired up. I love it. Let's have a look again.
Here he has that huge air, but here in the air you could see he was leaning back already a little bit.
You know, he back-seated, but he also was on his heel side edge. I'm wondering, I mean, you know, because we've gotten caught out in the past.
Yep.
With all that powder blowing up in front, and we think that they've sat down and they haven't. So he very may well have just,
although the
chucked that edge, and the arm movement did seem to say that, well, yeah, he would have done better to grab, that's for sure. Okay, 59.66 points. So the judges have determined, I think, that there was a backseat on the landing there. But either way, big smile on his face and an awesome run from France's Polo Delerue. Thomas Feuerstein
the
on
local.
fire. He's your boy. And currently sitting 5th. He's already had one big result so far this year.
It's his rookie season, and he already showed what he's capable of.
In Val-Nord-Arcalis, a second-place finish at the first event of the year.
And I must say, for me, he is the one that can challenge Sami Lipke, because he can beat him at his own game. He can spin both ways. He's supernatural in playful terrain, but as we can see, he's also not shy of going into big mountain features.
He
as
just
we've
carved
seen
across
here.
the top there, switch.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah,
He went
you're
switch,
right.
he went backside, came back front side. And yeah, we saw in Val-Nord-Arcalis that he definitely has the full package. And overall winner of the Freeride World Qualifiers last year in men's snowboarding.
So very technical terrain in there. A lot of slough moving. Stay in control. You're in Avi debris section, which is really tough to ride, especially if you have only one edge.
No doubt.
And
yeah,
little switch up there.
Getting tricky with it, doing a little better 360 through the midsection of the face. Plenty of first place finishes in the last 2 seasons on the Freeride World Qualifiers. Already a podium this year on the Freeride World Tour. That was nice grabbed air there up top from the Austrian rookie.
Now in the field of Avi debris. Still mixing it up. Enjoying the ride down.
Coming into the freestyle section, this little natural half pipe down below. We'll see if he can throw a McTwister 3, little front side 180. Or was that yeah, that was a front side 180, then into a little cab 180 butter, front side air. This is the freestyle part of the face they talked about down below, little front side 3.
Yeah, he's not pushing it too hard. He knows he just needs a solid score to bring him to the dream stop, Alaska. Not sure if he's been there already. He is a rookie on tour, but definitely he has a background with his film crews, traveling all over the world and coming back home with great video
front side
parts.
180 to half cab combos there all over the place.
I guess
awesome.
Probably you could say it was the run with the most little tricks, and again.
Yeah.
What do you call those? Butter threes? No. Or
he did a butter 3 in the middle of the face, and then he's just going a little like front side 180 ollie into half cab, which is a fakey front side 180 ollie. So he's just basically kind of jumping back and forth from forward to backward to forward to backward. for those of you who don't know the technical names of the tricks. Either way, yeah, he's happy. He's cool. He knows he's already got a podium finish, and he had an 8th place in the last event, had a bit of a bail, so he just needed a solid result here to make sure he's in the top 6. And some nice technical bits up top, as we see here.
Here he's in the white room, not seeing anything anymore. He wanted to keep the momentum up, fluidity, and he rode through that white storm into the heavy debris. Definitely not challenging that high score from Sami Lipke, who's up in the 90s, but still second place.
So yep, 68.66 points for Thomas Feuerstein. Still plenty of room for some of the other riders to move in front, and this is one of those men who can do it. Ralph Backstrom currently sitting on the cutoff, 6th position. He's on the bubble, Ralph Backstrom, so needs a big result. Does have a podium though already, in that all of the top 6, all the guys in qualifying position coming into this have one podium finish, except for Jonathan Penfield. We'll get back to him afterwards, but Backstrom has finished on the podium, but nonetheless in 6th spot in the rankings. Former Freeride World Tour champion in 2013, and would love to see himself back into the title race with a solid result here today.
Don't want to jinx him, but I always say he's such a solid rider. He stays on his feet. He's
one of those snowboarders that does the ski cliffs,
yes,
as we call them.
Nice air there. We have seen a 360 from Sami Lipke in the same spot, so of course he will not gather as many points as we've seen Sami did in the same segment. But let's see what he has to offer for us and the judges in the lower section. Ralph Backstrom, super smooth on his toes. Great snow there. Japan-like conditions there.
Well, he had a shocker here last year, finished 9th, so definitely has a score to settle with the Wildseeloder face. And he hasn't thrown down a winning run, but he's made it from the top to the bottom on his feet. Threw in a few jumps here and there. Got some solid turns in the powder. And realistically should see himself qualified and over the hump and off on his way to Haines, Alaska for the next stop on tour, the Dream Stop. There we go again up top there. Didn't get the grab on that one. Definitely not the most spectacular run we've ever seen from Ralph Backstrom, but it doesn't have to be spectacular, it just has to be solid. Something better than the 9th place, which was where he finished in Chamonix Restage and Valnor Arcal, is 63.66 points in 3rd position currently for Ralph Backstrom. That realistically should be enough. Up now is Christopher Gronbaum in second place on the rankings, the winner of the last event. 2nd place on the rankings, but still almost 1,000 points behind Sami Lipke. So one of the favorites, but he definitely has some work to do in the race for this year's world title. There's your current standings. Lipke, Feuerstein, and Backstrom in the top 3 spots, and Gronbaum looking to work his way up onto the podium with this run.
As you said, there's plenty of space between Sami Lipke with 90 points and 2nd place currently in 68 points. So 22 points. The judges have plenty of room there. But of course, we will need a solid run to get that spot in there. And Christopher Gronbaum definitely is capable of doing so.
And nice frontside 3 into the rocks. Oh, jeez.
Luckily didn't hurt himself at all, because he's up and riding as if he didn't touch any rocks. But that was a kiss of a few of them.
In the backside 3, that one
super smooth.
Yeah, that was fantastic on his feet. So he's going to be disappointed with that first 360 rotation up top. Because if he'd stuck that, he would have been on his way to a very good score. Going for the little slob air over that wind lip.
The snow in there is so good.
You so want to be up there riding, don't you, Martin? Yeah, okay, there we go. Nice Indy air into that little bit of powder.
To be fair, this would have been a challenging run for
for Lubke
if
he'd stuck it, definitely, because he got some really good rotations in there. That frontside 3, though, his undoing 10th here last year, so he as well. I wanted to have a little discussion with the Wildsee Loader face, and well, I don't know who won that one, the Wildsee Loader or Christopher Gronbaum, but unfortunate spill. Still, well, it'll be interesting to see how they place this run against Polo de la Rue, for example. Polo going huge, but both of them going down, as you see there.
Look at that, how he slid over those rocks.
Yeah.
Kissing them on the way down.
Okay, Christopher Gronbaum there, shaking his head a little bit. He knows that he could have done better. And just a quick update, Sam Lee, Mark Mikos, and Jeremy Heights are all okay. 100% safe and sound. We'll bring you more news from Dennis Riesvoll and Ivan Malakoff, who have taken off to the hospital to get checked out. 61.33 points and 4th position for Christopher Gronbaum. So it is not at this event that he's going to make up any points on Sammy Lubke. And Davey Baird, he is our highest ranked rookie in 4th position out of Homer, Alaska. And love it. He's from Alaska, but he learned to snowboard on his driveway at home and then towing behind his dad's snowmobile.
And he wants to actually say a big shout out to his hometown, Homer, because they're really supporting him and cheering for him at home.
That's right. His big sister Naomi has set up a page to help cover his travel expenses on GoFundMe.com. So this kid really deserves it. If you got even an extra $10 lying around, go look up Davey Baird on GoFundMe.com and throw a tenner this kid's way, because he definitely deserves it.
And as I mentioned already at the previous events, I'm so positively surprised how solid he can ski or ride in big mountains when you just learned how to snowboard behind a tow of a car or a ski-doo. Because even though it's Alaska where he grew up, it's not the Alaska that we know from ski and snowboard movies.
No, exactly. Well, a little bit backseat on that one landing, going in the backside 360. And landing on the rock and head over heels. That is unfortunate for Davey Baird. Yeah, I don't even know if he over-rotated. It was just there's that bomb hole from the two guys that had taken that same jump before him. A massive backflip into the front flip tomahawk, double front flip Tommy combo there, but still on his feet. And once again, top 6 in men's snowboarding. He does have a 3rd place and a 6th place finish, so he's going to be right on the bubble here to qualify for the next event in his home state of Alaska in the US of A. We really have our fingers crossed, because he is a fine, upstanding young man, always smiling, always ready to have a good time, and a fantastic snowboarder. So we really hope that he does make the cut. Not supposed to play favorites, but have a little soft spot for Davey Baird. And from his bio on daveybaird.weebly.com, he says, in the summers, I jump around between commercial fishing, construction, making pottery, and guiding for HOWL, a local nonprofit to educate kids on the outdoors. So see, he is really a fantastic human being, as well as being a fantastic snowboarder. Not his best run so far yet this season. Even got the tail grab in there on the backside 3 and just landed on that rock in the bomb hole. And that was his undoing on his run here on the Wildsee Loader face.
Unfortunate. He really would have... Here we have that. Landed again on the front side of his snowboard. Sent him into, what you said, the double Tommy?
Double Tommy, that's exactly it. Ah, disappointing, very, very disappointing for the young rookie. And now back.
If we can trust the live rankings that are calculated simultaneously, we have Davy Beard still ranked in 6th position. But it's all about this next rider, Camille Armand, who is out of the cut at the moment in 8th place.
That's right.
And this
7th position. He's in 7th with a 5th place in Val Nor and a 7th place in Chamonix, but right now out of the rankings, in the live rankings, in 8th position. So he does have some work to do, but he is a super strong rider out of Chamonix Mont Blanc.
It is in his hands at the moment.
That's exactly it. This is his qualification to win or lose. One podium in his last year on tour, Val Nor Arcalis. In 3rd, no podium so far this year, but he is definitely capable of stepping up. He's got a solid big mountain background, obviously coming out of the Chamonix Valley. And he's also got a few freestyle tricks in his bag. He loves throwing down a good backflip if the terrain calls for it. So yes, quite a bit of pressure on the shoulders of the 24-year-old Frenchman, Camille Armand.
Great opening section there. A little bit of hesitation before that in-run. Let's see what the judges say about that. And here, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see a backflip. If he has enough speed, and he does, and he can stick those.
No!
I just jinxed him.
Well, he went huge. I mean, you saw he landed, he went twice as big on that one as all the other guys doing the backside 360s off that same jump. So, but unfortunately, coming unstuck. So he decided for the go big or go home strategy. And he's gone down again. Oh, Cammy.
There was some pressure on him.
He is going to be one very frustrated young man once he finally makes it to the finish line. Yeah, you can already see it in the body language. He's bummed. He'll still have a smile on his face. He's a classic young character, very carefree, and even there, you know, yeah, see, he's smiling. He's like, well, okay, fine, I blew it. I tried my best. I went for the big backflip. Didn't happen, but he's still smiling, and that's why we love him. Super cool kid. Great style.
Here, everything's still according to plan, lining up that jump, and as you said, backflip and sending it further than anyone, probably even landing in kind of a bomb hole, wherever.
Or a track from someone else
yeah.
who passed earlier.
And here another front tumble.
Dump it, but the snow is too deep.
What a shame. It's not going to help him much.
No, definitely not. Unfortunate result there for Camille Armand. Christopher Galvin ready to drop in now.
Similar situation as Camille Armand previously. Christopher Galvin actually all the way down in the ranking overall, and he needs a more than a solid score to bump him up into the cut, where we have Davy Baird currently sitting in on the bubble, 6th place with 3,435 points. Let's see what Christopher Galvin offers us and the judges.
Yeah, 9th and last position in the rankings coming into this event. 8th in Val Nor, 6th at the Chamonix event in Andorra, so it needs a big result. Although having said that, if there's the place he's going to do it, it could be here. He finished 3rd here in Fieberbrunn last year. So
such a nice guy, always a smile on his face. no, out of control, backseat there. Probably thought it was softer than it was, or no idea. Maybe he felt the pressure. Already a bail in there. Going on that obvious jump.
Going for the backside 360, and with that kick, just turned it into some kind of, I don't even know. Well, it was just turned it into a complete disaster, actually. Well,
that's how it plays out on the tour.
No doubt. Spills and thrills here today on the Wildseeloader face, as much in the men's ski category as in the men's snowboarding. Obviously, it's crunch time with the mid-season cut coming up at the end of each of the categories here on the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017. And obviously, all of the riders, some will be ecstatic, some will be very disappointed, which is completely normal, because only the top 12 men's skiers, the top 6 men's snowboarders, the top 6 women's skiers, and the top 4 women's snowboarders qualify for the final 2 events on tour. And for the 2018 Freeride World Tour as well. And Christopher Galvin, unfortunately, will not be amongst those qualifying for Alaska and for
Okay, we can go to up.
Verbier, Switzerland, and that right there is why. That was his first mistake. Just a bit too much compression. And after that, it was all over. Had one more big bail after that, but did enjoy some nice powder carves through the natural half pipe down the bottom of the face, and 20.7 position for Christopher Galvin, and a big hug from a fellow Wolf Pack member and current ranking leader, Sammy Lupke. Jonathan Penfield, the last of our full-time riders on tour, dropping in now. Third in the rankings coming into this event, and world number 3 at the end of the 2016 season. In the virtual rankings, he is currently 5th, so well within the cut. So no matter what happens here, he will be qualified for the next 2 events, which means as well that as we look at the virtual rankings, which, oh yeah, Johnny, okay, we'll get back to the virtual rankings, because Jonathan Penfield's putting on a bit of a show here as he ollies his way onto that spine, few carves, and ollies his way off of it. The 29-year-old out of Kirkwood, actually living in Palo Alto, riding in Kirkwood, California, born in Truckee, one of the Truckee boys, and Wolf Pack member. Nice little, can't see if he actually got the grab on that one or not, but little slob grab. Looked like over that little hit there. So very smooth snowboarder is Jonathan Penfield. 2 4th-place finishes so far on the tour this year, into that big wide open powder field, enjoying laying down a few big carves. California style, that's what we like to see.
I'm not sure if he's aware, actually, that he is qualified because of those Camille Amand and Christopher Galvin not being able to step it up. And
well,
Polo Delery as
was
well.
And 2 nicely grabbed jumps there, and he was in 3rd though coming into the ranking. So even though he technically wasn't qualified, I think he had a fairly good idea that he was, if he just stayed on his feet top to bottom, that he would be pretty safe. And as it looks, I don't know if he's going to... Actually, I think he may do better than Thomas Feuerstein's run. He's not going to beat Sammy Lupke, but I'm calling this is a podium placing for Jonathan Penfield, which would be his first of the season. And his 2nd of his career. He finished 2nd here in Fieberbrunn last year. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's going to finish second again this year. And here it is. There you go.
You are correct.
Lupke, Penfield, nice job, boys.
And Chris.
And who's, pull up our standings. We have in our live rankings. There we go, in our standings.
Thomas.
There we go. Lupke, Penfield, Thomas Feuerstein. That's our podium.
But here we have not
we
in the
got one
gorilla
more,
suit
yeah.
for a change.
Flo Early.
Good friend.
Last year's world number 2, living legend of the sport of freeride snowboarding. This man rocks, and he's back for one last go around on the Wildseeloader face. Actually, he'll probably be back quite a few times.
Are you
as long as
kidding me?
they give him an event wild card. What's he doing?
Going. He is going. I said it's not possible to go fall line.
He wants to win. He's going fall line.
He just corrects me.
Well,
he went straight out of the gate into the fall line, into the most technical and gnarly bit on the mountain, with a mandatory air right at the end of here, where we've seen Lars Chickering airs being spit out a few years ago.
Well,
here we don't see him he's climbing down probably. No, he's coming out. Wow, that is a line we haven't seen, I think, never before from a snowboarder, and only skiers attempted it. Did he had some difficulties in there?
Yeah, he had some, we're going to call them big layback carves, just to be nice.
As usual, finding those gnarly parts where it seems to be impossible to ride, but he finds a way through.
That's right. He is a seasoned veteran.
A seasoned veteran,
to say the least. He's been on tour since the very beginning. He's been competing. His first competition was in 2000, taking 3rd place at the Verbier Extreme.
And the Gilles Voriol Award, as if I remember
That's
correctly.
right, yes indeed.
In his first year competing.
When there was the riders' vote.
And finishing in second on his last attempt
on
the
tour.
Back to Ross in,
Yes.
Second overall.
Second overall and second in Verbier.
Second in Verbier. What a career in snowboarding.
I'd have to really go back into my stat sheets to figure out.
2 times vice Freeride World Champion.
No, but as far as Verbier went, Verbier podiums, he podiumed in 2000 and 2002, in 2012.
That's so nice. His son is watching live. He's here in the audience. He will probably be around the finish line soon to give his dad a big hug. One of the coolest dads you can imagine.
Yes, he is. Awesome individual, and lovely to have him back here in Fieberbrunn once again. We look forward to seeing him. Hopefully he'll get an event wild card for quite a few years yet to come. That was after negotiating that super gnarly straight down the middle couloir. He did go down at one point. Okay.
This in the shade, hard, probably visibility low. To be honest, I don't see him coming for another competition in the next few years, because he will spend a few years on a boat.
Sailing again. Of course he is.
Yeah, he's going to sail around the world with his family. A great project lined up. He's going to have a big farewell party in autumn and then hit the road, or how do you say? He
go out, take off, and sail the 7 seas.
Yes, that's what he literally does.
And he's done that before. He is, yes, quite a mariner. Fantastic snowboarder, and quite a salty seaman as well. There's the Wolfpack boys. That's not our podium, but the Wolfpack boys right there. Here's our podium. Sammy Lupke, Jonathan Penfield, and Thomas Feuerstein, 1, 2, and 3, followed by Backstrom and Granbom, rounding out the top 5 for the event here today. Paul-Henri Delerue, Polo 6, Flo Early 7, Camille Armand 8, and the 2 Americans, Galvin and Baird, in 9th and 10th. And we're going to get the official overall results. And in spite of that 10th place finish, well, there you go. Sammy Lupke, very happy boy there. And there's your podium. So Lupke first, Penfield second, and Feuerstein in third. Congratulations, gentlemen. Big smiles all around, and here the overall rankings. Once again, the top 6 who qualify.
5,000, the maximum
for
points.
Haynes, yeah, Lubke. No, not the maximum, because he did have a second place finish. Oh, but yes, the top 2 of 3. That's exactly it. 2,500, top 2 of 3. So Lubke in the top spot, followed by Feuerstein and Gronbaum are top 3. Penfield, Backstrom, and Baird. The American trio rounding out the qualifiers. Paul-Henri Leroux just missing the cut in 7th. Kiami Armand 8th, and Christopher Galvin. So those boys, unfortunately, not joining us in Haines, Alaska, nor in Verbier, Switzerland. It's our top 6. And congratulations to the rookies in that field, Feuerstein and Davy Baird, making the cut in their first go-around on the Swatch Freeride World Tour here in 2017. And there he is, the calmest, the coolest cat on snow, Sammy Lubke, holding on to that golden bib. And next in will be our women's skiers. And here are the ladies to keep an eye on as they make their way down the Wildsee-Loader face. Jackie Passo out of the US of A. Always a title contender, but this year in the top spot, tied with Canadian rookie Kylie Stivell. So it is a hot race for the podium.
And of course, Eva Wagner and Nadine Wallner, the 2 double world champions out of Austria, the locals here.
And
they have been winning on this venue previously, so I'm pretty sure we're going to see a hell of a show from the ladies.
Oh, yes, indeed we will. And Wagner, our reigning world champ, she will definitely want to make up for a rather mediocre start to her season. There is the face, and the girls are up top. And here our current rankings: Kylie Stivell and Jackie Passo equal first. Ariana Tricomi rounding out the podium spots so far. Lorraine Huber and Ava Wagner in 4th and 5th. Lori Huber winning that last event on tour to move into 4th position. Evelina Nielsen rounding out the top 6, which are the qualifying spots. Not yet qualified: Elizabeth Gerritsen, Nadine Wallner, Lauren Cameron, Hazel Josie Birnbaum, and Sylvia Moser, who unfortunately will not be with us here today either. But those are the overall rankings. Once again, our top 6 women make the cut for the next 2 events on tour and automatic qualification for the 2018 Swatch Freeride World Tour. And the conditions still fantastic here in Fieberbrunn, Austria. Bright blue skies and lots of powder snow still on the face of the Wildsee-Loader as we get ready for the women's start. Now the women starting from a different starting position than the men. Martin, tell us how that kind of will work into competition strategy for the girls. We're going to see some different lines in this event.
Yeah, we have seen a few of the men, as you mentioned, going towards that venue where we see the girls right today. And so we have seen already a few that caused some bump holes. On the other hand, we also seen a few, especially that side hit where we've seen the snowboarders take a few freestyle tricks even, is nice and shaped out, kind of like a natural kicker. So it can be a disadvantage, but also an advantage. And I would say it breaks even. I just hope that they don't release any of those cookies that might be still up there, because they're really tricky and can disturb or can interrupt your flow when you're especially in a more technical zone.
Well, it is going to be an interesting day for the women. Points-wise, this category is still really wide open, actually. Even Hazel Josie Birnbaum sitting down in 10th position with a podium finish here today has the possibility to qualify. Our top 2 ladies both have second and third places in the first two events. Neither of them have won, and our third and fourth place, Ariana Tricomi and Lori Huber, both have 1 wins, and 1 win and a really poor placing as well in the back four. So it is a very open category, as Eva Volkner has a 5th and a 4th. Evelina Nilsson has a 9th. Gerritsen a 9th. And Nadine Vollner a 6th and a 7th. So there's plenty of possibilities here. So there's going to be pressure pretty much on everybody's shoulders, including Jackie's and Kylie's, because they're really gunning for the world title.
Oh, yeah.
And Ariana Tricomi and Lori Huber, if they podium here, they're straight in the race as well.
You're right. It's all up in the mix. The Wildsee is again a deciding mountain for especially also for the girls. We've seen last year Eva Walkner run away with points that actually then, with a win in Alaska, saved her the Freeride World Tour title previous to the last event, and we could even see some of that happening today. As you said, if we have Ariana or Lorraine winning again, they will have the maximum points, and that's going to be really tough to catch up for the other riders.
Yes, indeed. 4 out of 5 results count for the overall title and the final rankings on tour. And speaking of rankings and competition strategies, we have a little clip where we're going to look at what exactly is competitive free riding.
What is competitive free riding? Well, after years of having fun, people began to wonder who was best. And so it began. A crew of skiers held a competition in Alaska. Next was Switzerland with the Extreme Verbier. Gradually, these contests spread across the world and joined together as a single tour, and so it went global. The big show. But in the end, it comes down to one rider atop a mountain. And while safety equipment is abundant, the rules remain remarkably simple. There's a start on a peak and a finish at the bottom. There are no gates, no piste, no clock, and there's no practice run. Riders rely on a visual inspection and their imagination to create a line. Runs are judged using 5 subjective criteria, which means any approach or style has the potential to win. For riders, the pressure is immense and the margin between success and failure narrow. Over the years, competition has driven the sport to new heights, and now the only certainty is progression. This is competitive freeriding.
And the women's ski competition is coming up right now. Here's the start list. Ariana Tricomi, currently in 3rd position, will be the first lady down the mountain. Lauren Cameron out of Canada, second in. Eva Volkner, 2-time and reigning world champ, will be in there as well. Here's the second half of the field. Nielsen, Gerritsen, Vollner, Huber, and Hazel Josie Birnbaum. There we go. And the girls in the starting gate, up at the top of the Wildsee, ready to go. Ariana Tricomi, first lady in, and currently sitting in 3rd position, taking the win in the first event of the season, but combining that with an 8th place finish at the Chamonix event rerun in Andorra. So our last year's world number 3 still in that 3rd spot and looking to replace an 8th place result to really move her up in the standings and have a shot at the world title at the end of the season.
Usually if she stays on her feet, she is putting down a solid run, which is hard to beat because such aggressive style and still flowing in control. that we seldom see from the ladies.
And that's exactly what she did here last year to win the event.
Great line choice there, going into the fresh snow. You see the avalanche debris on her left side, but she's choosing some great turns in open powder. Having a few nice features in front of her, lining up the next one right there. Pretty tough to find the right transition because you see
she sat down, but she pulled it off.
Yep.
So
it is tough because of those slabs that we've seen from the bombings in the morning that took off that first layer, that nice layer that is so nice and soft to ride. Don't know if she was supposed to hit another cliff at the bottom. Maybe she got a little bit out of her flow because of that landing that was straight in avalanche debris.
Well, either way, safe and sound to the bottom. Double fist pump as she comes across the finish line. A little bit of goofing around.
Always happy.
Yeah, always happy. Always a good sign. Ariana Tricomi out of the Dolomites in the Innsbruck area of Austria. That's where she does most of her skiing, the 24-year-old. And once again, taking out the first event of the season and the reigning champion here in Fieberbrunn. Last year won the event here and finished on the podium, third position in Haines, Alaska. Nice carves up the top there. And didn't look like the biggest jump, but very, very hard landing with a bit of the avalanche debris from the bombing that the guides did on the face earlier today. So a fun run for Ariana Tricomi. Don't know if she's going to be able to defend her title here or not today with that run.
Judges discussing where to put her because, of course, it's not about the score, it's about the ranking. So they're kind of using her as a calibration from where to start from.
Exactly. So they'll maybe give her 70 points, leave themselves 30 points on top. Well, there you go. They liked it, 78.33. So there you go. That's the benchmark, and then they're going to decide for the rest of the ladies if they did better or worse than Ariana. And 78.33, though, a fairly good way to start for our current world number 3 out of Italy, Lauren Cameron. Now, Lauren has a bit of pressure on her shoulders. She didn't make the cut last year, but the cut worked a bit differently. We're not going to confuse people with that, though. Right now, she's sitting in 9th position, and she needs to make her way into the top 6. Finished 3rd here in Fieberbrunn last year, so that was her best result all year on tour in 2016. So she obviously enjoys skiing here in Austria on the Wildseeloder face, and looking very confident so far with a nice linking of turns in the powder, a good jump.
As you said, pressure is on. She really needs a great results because she is out of the bubble at the moment, out of the cut.
And there are some very talented skiers all around her on both sides of that cutoff mark in 6th position. And well, major lack of control due to the changing snow conditions there, which is really unfortunate because she was doing some fine skiing, had 2 solid jumps in there, but she didn't completely bail either.
No,
so
the approach was great. Another great air, great stump there.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, on the run out into the avalanche debris of that second jump,
just that
she had
one
an
mistake
issue.
due to the avalanche debris. But she didn't go down. There's a lack of control, obviously, but she's got 3 solid jumps, and other than that one mistake, some really stylish skiing. So we'll see what the judges have to think about it. I don't know. Martin's sitting next to me going, I'm not quite so sure about that, Dave, but I don't know. I liked what I was seeing. I also enjoy her smile. She's got a fantastic smile, so I want her to be back on tour next year. And to make it through to Alaska
she's a
this year.
really nice, calm girl. That's her skiing. here we have that top part. Everything still according to plan. Great line choice of Cameron. Of
Lauren.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Cameron, Lauren, Cameron. It's all good.
And here when things went wrong, as you said, she kind of held on to it. I have no idea how, but that worked out, and that was a great execution again.
And that was unfortunate. There's that lovely smile that we like to see. She'd be smiling a little bit more if she hadn't had that one hiccup in the middle. 55 points. So yeah, it was definitely a lack of control, and the judges obviously docking her points for that. Eva Volkner ready to drop in now. Our reigning world champion, two-time world champion in 2015, 2016. And didn't do too well here in Austria last year, but had a few first place finishes nonetheless. Starting well though here in 2017. Actually, 10th place finish here. It was her the only time she finished off the podium the entire season.
Great start up on top with the double. If I remember right, she hit that before in previous years. She knows that mountain like the backside of her hand. Great exit of that top section into the great snow, traversing over the heavy debris, probably wanting to put some more features on her scoreboard.
Yeah, coming into a nice little small cliff section here.
Same approach than Ariana, taking it a little smaller.
But staying on her feet.
Pretty unusual for the last two. If you look at the last 2 years, pretty unusual where she is in the overall ranking. Not having a podium yet this season. And even though she's super experienced, a veteran on tour, she's still nervous like a rookie, I can tell you. Every time in the morning, it's hard for her to keep her feet still. But that's the good thing and the nice thing about competition, that no matter how many times you did it, you still have this, what you can call it, butterflies?
Butterflies in your stomach, that's
Yeah.
exactly it. So obviously a few butterflies in her stomach, seeing as she had a score to settle with the Wildsee-Loder face this year, finishing 10th here last year. Looks like she's going to do much better than that here in 2017. That was that nice double up the top into a very solid powder carve. That was another decent cliff down the middle. And
everything solid, no issues, no problems control-wise.
I think she would have liked to put a bit more of an exclamation point on the end of her run with that other one. That was a good jump down the bottom, straight lining it out. But usually Ava, well, there we go. Okay, into the top spot, 84.66. She's like, yeah, okay, all right. But, you know, when she knows she's really done well, she's got a huge smile on her face. And that body language was telling me that, I could have done better. Jackie Passo, here we go. Best friend of Eva Volkner and current tour leader or co-leader out of the US of A, but currently residing in Åre, Sweden.
Same approach than Eva Volkner, and now deciding to go further skiers left. She's known to that she can stomp some really big cliffs. This time she chooses to go a little smaller, but more controlled.
Sticks it clean.
Further two skiers left. We haven't seen any of the girl skiers yet to cross over all the way to the left. That's what Jackie Passo does right now, finding some really good snow there. A pleasure to ride.
And it's funny, I had a little chat with Jackie and Ava in Chamonix this year, and Jackie won the Extreme Verbier competition last year in 2016, and Ava, of course, double world champion. And I asked the two of them, which would you rather do this year, win Verbier or win the world title? And they said, well, if we could switch spots, that would be perfect. So Ava wants to win Verbier, which she's never done before, and Jackie is looking to take her first world title, and she's thrown down a fairly solid run here. I think she's going to be happy with that. Now the big question is, what is Kylie Savell going to do? The co-leader, the American and the Canadian tied. Jackie got a second at the first event and then a third at the last one. Kylie a third and a second. And of course, Trucomi and Huber, the 2 event winners so far this year. So Jackie's body language, a little bit like Ava's, could have done better. She's looking back at that face going, wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but I don't even know. She's looking a little bit bummed, actually.
Here we see her maybe had a different plan from that side. I don't know. For her body language, it looked like as if she was maybe wanting to go in the other direction. But then
second place.
it was wiser to shut down speed to the left-hand side. I don't know.
Very possibly. Well, either way, look at 81.66. But that just shows that Ava Volkner and Jackie Passo are very good friends, and they are both perfectionists because they both got scores in the 80s, and they're still disappointed with their performances here today, and they're in the top 2 spots. Okay, Kylie Savell, the rookie out of Canada, co-ranking leader currently. This is going to be a big run for this young lady out of Red Mountain, British Columbia, Canada. That is her home resort, and took the top spot on the Freeride World Qualifier Global Rankings in 2016. She is a talent.
Clearing some rocks into a more open field with a mogul background, competing in mogul skiing
since age 10, actually. In 2012, entered her first big mountain competition. Got 2 4-star wins on the World Qualifiers last year, and 2 podium finishes in her first 2 competitions in the Swatch Freeride World Tour, the Elite Tour in 2017, and looking for her first win. And
yeah, that way she feels comfortable, getting some air. Very fluid riding at the bottom. And another air right there.
Oh! And she talked about in one of the web clips, one of our Freeride World Tour dailies, she doesn't want to do anything silly and Tommy or anything, and well, she just, that's what we call Tommying, or doing a tomahawk. She has waved her ski poles up there. She is okay, but she's lost one or both of her skis, which means she will get a DNF, a did not finish, will be equal or in last place if anybody else bails. So she will qualify, but that is going to put a small dent in her quest for a world title, because now it means that she has no throwaways. Will be a last place score. So she'll be sitting on a 3rd place finish from Val-Nord-Arcalis, a 2nd place finish from Chamonix, restaged in Val-Nord, and then her results from Haines, Alaska, and Verbier, Switzerland will count in her the final overall rankings for 2016. Ava Volkner in the hot seat there, 2-time reigning world champion.
I assume that she was actually not planning to hit that cliff, but it looks pretty inviting when you pass it by.
Yeah, and she looked solid in the air. It's just grabbed on landing, and both skis just done.
Because it's not a surprise that we haven't seen any skiers hit that part of the cliff. Male skiers. Maybe if she would have had not as much speed, she would have had the transition a little better, because it gets pretty flat pretty quick. And of course, with the snow accumulated a lot into that landing zone, it was very deep, and that sent her into her Tommy, her tomahawk front flip.
And I have a question as well. I think I was talking with But once again, yeah, with Rainey Barkrud earlier in the season, and he mentioned the fact because on the two events in Andorra, we saw a lot of, especially the men's skiers, losing their skis, and he mentioned that he thought it was actually pretty crazy that guys don't tighten their bindings more. That he thought it would, because a lot of people, it's like, oh, you just kind of caught a ski and all of a sudden you lose your ski. And I don't know, he was a bit surprised that people don't tighten their bindings a little bit tighter on competition day. But anyways, moving right along, Kylie Savell still qualified. That's a sure thing. And Evelina Nielsen, though, is on the bubble, and she is the next rider to drop in. Big Star Wars fan. She will be using the force here as she rides down the Wildseeloder face. Did not have a fantastic run here last year, so has something to prove here in Austria.
Really tough
time around.
Position she is in. A lot of pressure because she knows she has to perform well. Crashing is not an option. She's right on the cut.
Yeah, has a 4th place finish in Val Nord, and then a 9th at the 9th place finish on the Chamonix event. So she needs a solid, say, 4th or 5th place here to make sure she's inside the top 6 at the end of the morning here in Fieberbrunn.
It's always tricky. You know you have it. You know you could go for it, but the mind plays tricks on you because you probably hold back, not like to not fall for sure, and then of course you just only have those little jumps and that will not score well in the overall or in that run. So she still needs to do something. Don't go over the same one with the same speed. Slower. Yes.
Sticks that clean.
That transition way better than Kylie Savell, and still on her feet. She needs a score. Because we have some riders coming up like Nadine Wallner or Elisabeth Gerritsen who still have a chance with a solid score to overtake her and bump her off the qualifying cut.
Oh, Evelina Nielsen, nothing spectacular, but a very solid and stylish descent down the Wildseeloder face from the young Swede. As you can see here, through a very technical part of the face up top. Getting a little air over that wind lip. And the moment of truth, 65 points and 4th position. So a 4th place finish would be acceptable, but as Martin just said, there's some serious talent still to come, and this is one of those ladies that needs a solid result too, because sitting in 7th position coming into today with an 8th in Val Nord and a 5th at the Chamonix restaged in Val Nord.
And the great position she is in, she might not be in the cut right now. She needs a great score to bump her up in the Freeride World Tour rankings to go to Verbier and of course Alaska, but she knows she's qualified for next year because she already has close to maximum points on the qualifying series.
That's exactly it.
So a little bit of pressure is off, but still she wants to go to Alaska and Verbier, her home spot for sure. It's the two dream spots for her.
Boom.
And she
very
performs
solid
well
on her feet. Yes. Awesome. Well, 2nd in the Global Freeride World Qualifying Rankings last year. That's how she made her way here to the Elite Freeride World Tour in 2017. And as you say, Martin, yeah, she's been one of those riders who's been competing on both tours at the same time this year, which didn't happen a lot in the past, but is happening more and more in recent years, so, and has put in some very solid results already on the Freeride World qualifiers. And so is riding without too much pressure on her shoulders, although, of course, everybody wants to go to Alaska. And compared to that last run from Evelina Nielsen, maybe a little bit better, so possibly moving into fourth. I mean, that was some,
thing is,
some solid skiing.
Didn't choose as many features as Evelina Nielsen, but definitely that one feature was better than the ones
exactly
that Evelina chose. So it's kind of this comparison is going to be tough. Luckily, I'm not a judge, but I would say they will.
So not an easy job for those guys there today. Well, that run, one thing we know for sure, will not be challenging the top spot. Eva Volkner currently safe and sound in first place on the day.
The judges probably discussing exactly what we just did, comparing Evelina's run to Elizabeth's.
What do you think?
Yeah, having a good talk about it. That's exactly it. Both of them very solid on their feet. Elizabeth Gerritsen maybe a little bit more of an attacking style. Evelina Nielsen maybe a little bit smoother. And then there's the size of the jumps and the quantity and quality. All of that comes into play. Also the fluidity and the choice of line, which doesn't come across quite as clearly for us watching watching the webcast and watching on screen. The judges have their binoculars. You see them there on the table. They really have a more pulled back and a wider view of the face. So they have oftentimes a different impression than the impression that we get as we watch the action live on screen. And they are obviously taking their time and having a talk about it. As we see Elizabeth Gerritsen, the Swiss-Dutch dual national out of Verbier, Switzerland. Born in Lausanne. 21 years young. And her first go around on the Freeride World Tour. And no matter what happens here today, realistically, we should be seeing her next year.
Tour's coming in pretty soon. There we go.
So there we go, 66.66 points and fourth overall. Currently getting a hug from some of her fellow skiers. Nadine Wallner up now, another one of our favorites here in Austria. Two-time world champion, 2013, 2014.
She definitely needs a great score because the first two events didn't go according to plan. Nadine Wallner out of Vorarlberg, Klösterle, Arlberg region. 2 times world champion. She had a huge setback with a major injury. Coming back took her at least a year, and I would say 2 to come back to full strength, but now she is back.
Yeah. And she's a threat. 2-time winner here in Fieberbrunn, and second place finish as well here in 2016. So she is one lady that can knock some people out of the qualifying cusp. She is currently outside that cutoff mark herself. And she's doing some very solid skiing, feeling right at home here in Fieberbrunn.
And to bring up some more tension, we have Evelina Nielsen and Elizabeth Gerritsen tied in overall 6th, if the calculation is correct. That means if Nadine Wallner scores well here, she could eventually push Evelina and Elizabeth at the same time off that qualifying spot.
Of course, we do have many ways to break a tie, but we're not going to go into the technical side of things. We're just going to let the computer do it for us at the end of the competition. We still have a few ladies yet to come, but a very solid performance from the two-time world champion out of Austria, Nadine Wallner. The mountains are my playgrounds, she says, and looked like she had a heck of a time in her playground here on the Wildseeloder face today. Look at that.
That was definitely the action of her run. She had to navigate. It was definitely a more technical part, but she had to navigate a little bit getting into that. I don't know what the judges will say about it. We have Elisabeth Gerritsen that was just above Evelina, and Elisabeth also didn't choose too many, like no features after that rocky section. So I can't imagine that she is just in front of Elisabeth. That would put her in 4th place. I don't see her overtaking Ariane Triconi.
Didn't really know where it was.
Well,
but it could be a 4th or a 5th. They're very, very tight together. Elisabeth Gerritsen and Evelina Nielsen are just 1.6 points apart from each other.
That's all what counts
And
for me.
they are the ones that would drop off the 6th position overall.
If Nadine manages to push in front of them on the overall rankings. And Nadine needing a solid result. She got a 7th in Val Nord and a 6th in Val Nord Arcadis and a 6th in the Chamonix event, restaged in Andorra. So we said it's there are only 2 ladies who came into today qualified already for Haynes and Verbier, and they are Jackie Passo and Kylie Savell, because they came into this event tied for 1st place. And then Ariana Triconi and Lori Huber both
Again,
with
difficult
first
times,
places.
difficult times.
It's not an easy job being a judge, which is why you're now here in the commentary booth with me, Martin, because you used to be sitting in their seats as well, and you know exactly what you talk about when I say it's not an easy role. Yes, indeed. And 2 Austrians. Still look at Nadine starting to have a laugh about it. Geez, how long does it take? Well, it's a tough call today. 63 points and 6.
Just off Evelina and Elisabeth. So that also means in the life ranking, we have Nadine Wallner not in the cut for Alaska. What a shame.
That
she would have loved to
yeah.
go back to Alaska and have revenge for her huge crash that she had there 2 years ago.
2 years ago, and last year couldn't make it, unfortunately. So, Lorraine Huber, here we go. Another Austrian. She is the highest ranked of our 3 Austrian ladies, and she's the only Austrian in the field who's never won a world title. She has an event win. She took the last event, the Chamonix Mont Blanc, restaged in Val Nord Arcadis, Andorra. And then a 9th place finish, though, at the event in front of that Val Nord. So she already has her throwaway score, a 9th place finish, so she needs a very solid result here to stay in the quest.
Great skiing there. No hesitation whatsoever. Shutting down speed with ease. Now getting into even more technical terrain. Very fluid. Show us some air. Great skiing there.
No doubt.
I would say the strongest upper part that we've seen so far.
Okay, well, 4th here last year, and she has finished 3rd here in Fieberbrunn in 2010, 2014, and 2015. So she obviously enjoys skiing this mountain. Yeah, Lori.
Stay on your feet. Great stuff. If she adds another air in there, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lead change.
Yeah, she's
depending on if she sticks it. But she is
not jinx
in
her.
form.
Yes.
Yes.
She is definitely challenging for the top spot. And at the opening ceremony, I asked her, listen, you've got to win, and you could easily challenge for the title with a good result here. Lori Huber.
Congrats.
Is the world title one of your goals for the season? She said, no, I just want to have fun. Well, you know what, young lady?
Into your face. Right in front of your eyes. But That's the thing. She really
awesome.
enjoys this season, and I claim it. This is the winning run.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
we only have
we've got 2 more.
Hazel still to come. Is it?
We've got, yeah, Hazel Josie Birnbaum is the only one left to come, and she has a thing or two to prove on this face as well. So I'm with you, McFly. I think Lori Huber has just moved to the top of the rankings. Look at that,
yes!
91.33. Awesome. This lady is on a roll.
With maximum points of 5,000 in the lead.
You called
with the
it.
golden bib to Alaska and probably even Verbier. Let's see.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look
Killing
at
it.
a big hug from Ava Volkner, who, from Jackie Passo and Ava Volkner, who also at the opening ceremony, I asked Ava if she was going to help Lori, her fellow countrywoman, to win the title, and she said, "No, I'm coaching Jackie." Okay,
Yeah,
our last
friends.
lady, our last
lady on the mountain.
Yep, Hazel Josie Birnbaum in now, and 7th here in Fieberbrunn last year. So once again, has a thing or two to prove on this mountain and needs a big result to qualify as well.
I think she even needs to podium or even
might
get
have to
second,
win. Yeah.
and maybe even have to win. I don't know exactly the numbers.
She's sitting on a second, on a 10th and a 7th right now, so she needs a big result to move up in the overall virtual rankings.
Which she is capable of. She's definitely in a zone where you can gather some points. Now she's pinning it.
I mean, she's
good snow.
When she's on form, she is she's a threat for the world title. In 2015, she won Valnor Arcalis and she won the Verbier Extreme. So on her day, she is more than capable of winning an event. And that's pretty much what she needs to do here today if she wants to qualify for Alaska, Verbier, and the 2018 Freeride World Tour. And as of right now, we don't want to jinx her, but as of right now, she is putting on quite a show, looking very solid on her skis. Hazel Josie Birnbaum.
Great finish there. No issues. She will be happy with that run. And that is another...
That could be a podium one as well, huh? She could be...
It will pick the brains apart
Yeah.
of the judges.
I don't know if it's as good as Lori Huber. Let's have a look. Here
No,
we're seeing
not Lori, but,
but
in the
compared to Ava and Jackie, I don't know. We'll see.
We will see. I'm not a judge, and this is what I'm happy about, because this would be hard to line up. Could be even second. Could be fourth.
Yeah, very tight in there. Ava Volkner sitting on an 84.66, Ariana Jacomi on a 78.33.
Or fifth, I mean.
Yeah, you
Like,
think
could
even
be second or fifth.
it could be a
in that
tiny bit
mix.
under Ariana. I think she's third or fourth, but that's not our job to judge. It's our job to commentate. So
But
we'll
yeah,
see what the
fourth
judges
could be.
think about it. But I mean, because Ariana, we expected bigger and better things from the reigning event champion.
In.
There we
That's
go.
gonna
Gonna
be-
wait for the score to drop in. Either way, we
Hazel,
know
here comes the score.
she needs a big
Final ride of the ski wooden
Yes,
category.
and
Coming on in
83
third
in
place.
third position. There
Podium.
we go.
That means for the life ranking.
Oh,
We have Hazel going to Alaska.
Okay, well, this is still unofficial on our screen here. We're going to wait for it to come up officially on the webcast. But what we're looking at right now, unofficially, with her third place finish, she needed a big result, and she did it. Hazel Josie Birnbaum has most likely qualified for Alaska here. And we're going to wait for those final results to come up on screen, but she's stoked. But right there, Lori Huber. Okay, here's the results, the official results. Lori Huber
Of
first,
today.
Ava Volkner second, Hazel Birnbaum third. That's your podium. Jackie Passo 4, Ariana Jacomi 5, and the race for the world title has tightened up quite a bit as well today too. Elizabeth Gerritsen in 6th position. Nielsen 7, Wallner 8, Cameron 9, and Savell 10. Not the greatest day for the Canadians, unfortunately. And now the moment we've all been waiting for. Once again, crunch time. It's our top 6. There they are, qualified for Alaska and Verbier, Switzerland. Laurie Huber, Kylie Savell, Jackie Passo, top 3, Tricomi, Volkner, and Hazel Josie Birnbaum pulling one, the joker out of her sleeve. And these are the unfortunate ladies who do not qualify. Evelina Nielsen, Elizabeth Gerritsen, Nadine Wallner, Lauren Cameron, and Sylvia Moser. We knew because for personal reasons not competing this year, even though she had qualified. But there she is right there, Laurie Huber. Look at that
Happy
smile.
camper.
And there's our podium. Huber, Volkner, and Birnbaum, 1, 2, and 3. So a big day for the Austrian women, and a big day as well for Hazel Josie Birnbaum, saving her skin and her spot on tour with that 3rd place finish. Congratulations,
Super
ladies.
Proud
Fantastic.
Of Lorraine.
Oh,
Super
yeah.
proud.
And as well, 2 5,000 points, two first place in men's snowboarding and in women's ski. And we're going, and then there was one, last but definitely not least, our women's snowboarders. We're going to have a look. And this is the most open category of all. Nobody is qualified directly in women's snowboarding. And we're going to tell you all about why in just a second. Everybody riding for Estelle this year, especially this lady, Anne-Fleur Marxer, 2011 Freeride World Tour Women's Snowboard Champion. Shannon Yates, another 2012 Women's World Champion, actually 2014, excuse me, is in 2nd spot. And Marion Erti, rookie last year, coming in 3rd spot, is currently holding down 3rd in the rankings. And as we look at the rankings and then our start list, we're going to talk you through a little bit as to what's going on. But none of these ladies, anyone can still qualify. There's our current rankings. Anne-Fleur Marx in the top spot, followed by Yates, 2 former world champions. Last year's world number 3, still 3rd. Nicola Tost, the German wild card, in 4th, former Verbier Extreme winner. And we'll get into the rest of them as we go through the field. Michaela Holston, Audrey Hébert, Manuela Mandel, and Elodie Mouton finishing off the start list. Finishing off the rankings and the start list. Marion Erti first in, Anne-Fleur Marxer second, Nicola Tost, Hébert, Holston, Mandel, and Shannon Yates will be the last lady down the mountain, and we'll have maybe the advantage of seeing what the other girls have done, disadvantage of being the last one down in plenty of tracks before. Marion Erti, the first of our women snowboarders in, once again, out of France, Grenoble, France, last year's world number 3, currently residing in Chamonix-Mont-Blanc, to get a bit more experience in big mountain freeriding, and choosing perhaps an extreme line, making her way through a very sketchy bit of the Wild-Seeloder face anyways currently, and throwing a big powder turn there to get her run really underway.
The sun nearly is gone out of the face. We had a little bit in the morning, of course. That's why the snow is still really dry and fluffy, except for those parts where we have some avalanche debris. But here we have Marion choosing a great landing with fresh snow. That's definitely a key today, to find those patches. First of all, to enjoy the turns and also to have a more softer landing. Now getting into the freestyle park of the venue.
That's the part she really likes. She has a huge freestyle background, competing on the Ticket to Ride World Snowboard Tour for quite a few years, after quite a few border cross competitions as well. She's been snowboarding for 15 years and was granted a wild card last year after some fantastic performances in the Freeride World qualifying events in Verbier, and another lady who has lived up to the hype, Marion Erty, granted the wild card last year and finishing 3rd in the world behind Estelle Ballet and Anne-Fleur Marxer. And of course, our thoughts go out to Estelle Ballet, who I'm sure is watching from on high today, as well as Mathilde Rappaport, 2 former Freeride World Tour competitors in skiing and snowboarding. Mathilde, fantastic skier, obviously, and Estelle Ballet was a world champion last year, winning the world title in Very Extreme. And then unfortunately killed in an avalanche just a few weeks later, riding close to home. The mountains are a dangerous place, and even the most prepared professionals can get caught. So once again, a reminder, when you do go off-piste, make sure that you know what you're doing out there, because even the world's best can have accidents. On a happier note, Marion Erty put in a very solid run. She's got a big smile on her face. Always a nice thing to see. 75 points. And obviously the top spot, first run down for the 25-year-old French lady out of Grenoble, France. And the winner, actually, of the last event on tour as well, the Chamonix event, restaged in Andorra. So coming off a win, but with a 7th place finish at the first event on tour now, Anne-Fleur Marxer. Anne-Fleur, always a threat. Never know what she's going to do.
With the golden bib.
Yes, indeed. Our current ranking leader with a win in Valnor-Arcalis and a 4th place finish at the Chamonix Mont Blanc event. But in spite of the golden bib and the win, still mathematically not qualified directly for Haynes and Verbier. But if she keeps riding like this, shouldn't be a problem. It's just mathematically.
Yes. With a win and with a 4th place, I'm pretty sure there's no way of not going to Alaska. But still, she is not only aiming to go to Alaska, for of course the dream stop also for her.
She's gunning for her 2nd world title.
Exactly, that's definitely what she's aiming for. That was a little unclear what happened there. A little bit of a snow in the air in the landing, but I just guess it was a clean landing. So
knowing Anne-Fleur, 9 times out of 10 it was, but a little off balance on the takeoff, which usually she's on point from top to bottom, unless she's trying frontside 360s on the face of the Bec des Roses. Then sometimes she comes unstuck, like in last year's Extreme Verbier event, and into a little trickier bit here. A little bit lacking in fluidity, but lining up this passage through a rockier bit down below. Hands in the air, flying to the finish line is Anne-Fleur Marxer. And 2nd here in Fieberbrunn last year. I think she may have left the door open for some of the other ladies in the category. Shannon Yates, obviously, actually, a lot of girls who, if they put together a solid run, who could take the win here today. But Nicolas Tost, former Extreme Verbier winner, Shannon Yates, former world champion, and heck, why not even the rookie from Austria, Manuela Mandl, with already a podium finish this year. See, 55.33, so well behind Marion Erty as Anne-Fleur Marxer. So that landing that we thought was clean maybe wasn't quite as clean as it seemed from our viewing position here. Next up, Nicolas Tost, first ever women's Olympic half-pipe gold medalist in 1998 in Nagano. As I said earlier,
we are pretty close to her home at the moment. She chose to live in the Austrian Alps, in the Tyrolean Alps, found a new home here, and she loves it. She loves to be in the middle of the mountains. And this is an area where she also rides sometimes here in Fieberbrunn. Powder Heaven. So she even once said she might even call it.
Yeah, make this
call
her
it a
last
day.
event ever. But no, she's not, Nicola. No, you're
Nicola,
not. We're not going to let
coming
you.
with
You're
us
coming to Alaska. Oh, second place finish already this year in Val Nord Arcadis in Andorra. Currently sitting fourth on the rankings. Once again, only the top 4 women snowboarders qualify for the final 2 stops on tour here in 2017. And we really hope that Nicola Tost does qualify so that she goes and rides in Alaska, putting on a fairly solid showing so far.
Finding the good snow, enjoying it.
Yep, hands out. I know she's got a big smile on her face right now. Coming back as well from a broken back in 2016. And as it worked out in 2015, she started as an event wildcard, put on a pretty good...
Very playful bottom here. Great riding. You can see her having the maximum fun. And again, don't even think about stopping. This is far from over this season, my lady.
No pressure, Nicola, but we're not going to let you. We're not going to let you stop. But yeah, 2015, she was granted an event wildcard here in Fieberbrunn, and it was the year that we had to couldn't complete the event here. So we brought her with us to Andorra, where she finished 5th at the Fieberbrunn event, restaged in Andorra. Then she stayed on and got 2nd at the Val Nord Arcadis event. Went to Alaska, got 5th, and then came back and won the Extreme Verbier, and then was granted a tour wild card, broke her back. Couldn't compete last year, but she's back this year, and with a vengeance.
Was she in Alaska with us?
In 2015, she finished 5th.
All right,
Haynes,
yeah.
yes. But not last year, obviously, because
yeah,
she
exactly.
couldn't compete.
That was it.
And if you want to find out more about Nicola Tost, well, there we go. Look at that, 57.66 points and 2nd position. So those 2 ladies right there, a tiny bit out of control compared to what we usually expect to see from them. So leaving the door open for some of the other competitors like this young lady, Canadian rookie, Audrey Hebert, or Audrey Hebert, but although she currently lives in Banff, Alberta, Canada, she's born in Shawinigan Sud, Quebec. So she is a French Canadian, and but loves the powder in Banff, and is getting a really good start here. Some good powder turns, nice front side air there up top. 4th in Val Nord Arcadis, 6th at the Chamonix event, restaged in Val Nord. And currently in 6th position, but as we said, this is the tightest category as far as overall ranking points are concerned. And this young lady has plenty of talent. Won the overall rankings in the Freeride World Qualifiers in women's snowboard last year. She's been skiing since age 2. Her mom was a World Cup ski racer. She had 3 first-place finishes in 4-star competition last year, so she knows a thing or two about competitive free riding.
And this, if she puts it all the way down, will be her best run of the season, I claim.
Oh, for
she
sure.
puts in another air at the bottom here. Come on, get over that air. Yes. Nice. Very fluid, solid run.
Yeah. Interesting to see if she can...
It's actually a battle for qualification. It's a battle between Audrey Hebert and Manuela Mandel from Austria, which is up.
No, it's top 4. It's top 4 in women's snowboard.
Top 4, sorry.
Yes, so no. We're far from over. We're going to let everybody make their way to the bottom of the mountain before we even really start looking at those live rankings because anything can happen in this category.
You are right.
I mean, we know that pretty much Marion RT and Anne-Fleur Marks are more or less qualified, but wow, she was really solid up top there. That frontside air was fantastic. Would have liked to see a tiny bit more from her down the bottom, but she got some good air in there. No serious lack of control anywhere. So
This could eventually
I'm
even
going to
be
say she's
the
second.
top. Could even be the top.
Could be the top run.
Yeah.
Yep, could be the top
Yeah,
run.
it wasn't that good. That's okay.
Either way, top two. Definitely. Yeah, look at him.
We have Tom Bird, a little kid sitting in the middle in the red jacket. Looks like
extreme snowboard legend.
Yeah, and he's tall. It just looks funny because he's sitting on a small
Okay,
chair.
yeah, there we go. Well, then we knew it was between RT and Hébert, and Hébert in the second position. That's a fantastic result for her right now. Obviously, still quite a few ladies yet to come. We're actually, what, halfway through the field. Next in.
Next in, we have the start list here.
Is Michaela Holsten out of Finland.
Getting ready for her run.
There she is on screen. Third place in Valnor to start the season, and Valnor Arcadis, and 7th at the Chamonix event restaged in Andorra. She really enjoys Valnor Arcadis. She got 3rd there last year and 3rd there this year, but those are her only 2 podium finishes on the Freeride World Tour. Did not do very well here in Fieberbrunn last year. Check on the screen there. That was your event standings for the day. So Michaela really sitting in 5th position. Was that it on the live rankings currently? No, 6th position on the live rankings. So she needs a big result, and she's going to need to do some big jumps. And big jumps, not usually her forte. On her 3rd place finishes, she's put in very smooth runs, linking together good turns and lots of very small jumps. And from what we've seen from the ladies at the top of our standings on the day here today, if Michaela really wants to have a shot at qualification for Haynes and Verbier, she's going to need to drop at least one big cliff. And although she is a very competent snowboarder, that's really not her forte, going for big air. And she doesn't have a massive freestyle background either.
It's
So
not
it's going to be difficult
till now, but there are still features to come that she could hit. See, she's going into that freestyle garden. Good snow still in there. Oh, I can't wait to score a few runs myself in the later afternoon.
Well, one thing for sure, she's definitely enjoying the fresh powder here. And maybe we're going to get a jump out of her here. Not bad, but
it's not going to serve her well for the score she needs
no,
to
definitely
requalify.
Not. Definitely not.
But she's also a character that is always smiling, always positive.
That's,
really
she
great.
has the free ride attitude, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Always having a good time. But she's going to have to finish off her season strong on some Freeride World qualifying events if she wants to make it back on the tour in 2018. Well, there's that big smile we were talking about. She's enjoying the powder. But definitely not enough
We've got your score coming.
to challenge for one of those 4 qualifying positions. 52 points and 5th place. Yes.
1 rider to go.
No, 2.
No, 2 riders to go.
Shannon Yates and Manuela Mondel.
Yes. I always confuse with the standings and with the life ranking.
That's okay. There,
Here
still
we
in the
go.
hot seat is Marion Erti and Manuela Mondo, the local Austrian lady, getting ready to drop in. A ride a day keeps the doctor away, so she's keeping the doctor away for today, Manuela, and needs a big result. She's currently in 7th position, but she does have a 3rd place finish in the last event. So if she can move her way into the top 4 perhaps here today, she still has a shot at making the qualification cut.
She had to slide over those rocks to give access to that couloir to the very far skiers left, uncovering some grass there.
Even Marion Erti had to slide over some rocks up at the top of her run too, so shouldn't be too detrimental if she can string together some solid turns and jumps down the bottom. And Manuela winning the overall rankings on the Freeride World Qualifiers last year, with quite a few 1st place finishes.
Here we go, nice and fluid through that section. She didn't catch any air though, that's what the judge is really looking for, that you push the limit a little bit, and let's see what she can offer at the bottom. Funny thing is, she is out of Vienna, the capital of Austria, which is not known for being a breeding ground for freeriders, to say the least, because it's super flat.
Does most of her riding in Dachstein.
Great air at the bottom there.
Yep.
Ooh, she's making up a lot, because that run was lacking a few jumps, but that last one was great stomp and no hesitation at all. It's going to be tough for the judges to line it up.
Yes, indeed. Well, Manuela Mondo, snowboarding since age 14, so on a snowboard for half of her life. Started skiing at age 3. Plenty of experience, and she's stoked. She's getting a round of applause from some of the local Austrian crew here who've made their way up to the finish area to watch the event.
Here we have that part where she pinned it. Unfortunately didn't get any air there, and here we have her lining up for that beautiful natural. Yes, that's a stump in perfect snow. No problem at all. It was a fluid run, but a little bit of a lack of features at the top.
Now it's going to come down to how that compares with Anne-Fleur Marxer and Nicola Tost, who had a bit more air. Well, there we go. 3rd position, 63.66 points. So there we go, slipping in front of Nicola Tost. So that was the result she's looking for. So she's going to be sitting on 2. Well, assuming let's not just say anything just yet, because we still have Shannon Yates, last but definitely not least, ready to jump in, our 2014 Women's World Champion. And it is not the mountain we conquer, but ourselves. That's the quote on her website from Sir Edmund Hillary, one of the first 2 men to conquer Mount Everest. And Shannon Yates lives by that. She's enjoying the powder, has gotten
A little misunderstanding.
Yeah. This is Shannon Yates, not Manuela Mandel.
Not Manuela Mandel, of course.
And
Shannon Yates, the last rider of the day, women's category in the mix, still everything up to grab. Shannon Yates really needs a score. She is currently in 6th place in the overall life ranking, so falling is not an option.
She's looking to better a 5th place finish, 2nd place at the last event, Chamonix, restaged in Valnor Arcadis, Andorra. So we said the most competitive category of the day, women's snowboarding, and it has lived up to the hype. Very, very
great air in the middle section there into that avalanche debris. Really tough to land in the shade. No more sun in that part. Here she comes back into the sunlit powder field. Below her, another feature that could push her
onto the podium or into fourth position, which could be enough. Once again, we don't have the official qualification calculator with us here in the commentary booth, so we're going to let the computer keep us up to date. But what we do know, what we've seen so far today, is that the judges really want to see the women's snowboarders keep it in control, because two of our favorites for the win here, Anne-Fleur Marxer and Nicola Tost, were rather out of control during their runs and got marked down for it.
That's going to be tricky. Let's see.
It's going to be super tight.
Shannon Yates, currently overall in sixth place. We have,
as we check out,
Audrey Hepburn and Nicola Tost on third place, both with 4,000 points accumulated of 2 out of 3. So Shannon needs to have just above 4,000 points with her 2 results. Her best result was
the second at Chamonix and Andorra at the last event. So but once again, this is the tightest field, and it's all coming down to this last run to see who not only is going to be on the podium for the event today, but who is going to make the cut. It is truly, this is the definition of crunch time here in women's snowboarding. And there are the judges diligently going back over the runs and the scores from all of our riders. There we go. We're just giving a bit shout out as Lori Huber has walked past in front of us and given a big AC/DC style rock and roll double thumbs up. And there's Shannon Yates on screen.
Waiting for scores.
Waiting for scores. And the judges still having a look at it. This is
with the schoolboy Tom Bird in the middle.
A crucial moment. He's down on his knees. That's why he's so short there.
It looks funny because he's so tall.
And what is going to happen here?
1, 2, 3. Good work, ladies. Good work.
Ah, the suspense is killing me. I think it might be killing Shannon too. No, she's just dancing. She doesn't care. She's like, you know what? If I don't qualify, it doesn't matter. I'm going to go back home to Utah, to Solitude, and I'm going to score champagne powder Utah style, and then I'm going to go to Alaska and snowboard anyways, even if I don't qualify. And hey, and if you want to invite me to the Extreme Verbier event just because I'm a former world champ and because I'm a fantastic lady, feel free to do so. And there we go. Look at that. 73.33 in second place. Oh, wow.
He's pushing her into a title contender.
Oh, my goodness gracious me. Ooh, and the unofficial live rankings. Well, there we go. The celebration. There's the celebration. Erti, Yates, and Hébert on the podium. And then we're going to go back to, Erti, Yates, Hébert. That's your podium. And here we go, the result lists. Once again, France, US of A, Canada. Top 3, Manuela Mondel in 4th, Nicola Tost 5th, Anne-Fleur Marxer 6th, and Michaela Holsten in 7th position. We had an 8th rider before today, but Elodie Mouton was not able to make it here to compete. So there are today's results, and quite a contest. Very, very tight, especially in the top 4 spots. Nicola Tost and Anne-Fleur Marxer could have made it even tighter if they'd been a little bit more in control. They threw down some great jumps but had some issues on some landings. So, wow, the Snowboard Women competition really suspense-filled from the beginning to the end, and the moment of truth now. Look at this. Marion Herty, perfect score with 2 wins. Shannon Yates pulls the rabbit out of the hat today, moves into second. Anne Fleur marks her down into third. So those 3 ladies are the ones gunning for the title. And Nicola Tost qualifies in 4th position in front of Audrey Hébert, Manuela Mandel, Michaela Holsten, and Elodie Mouton. Now the big question is, if Nicola Tost, and we hope she doesn't, but if she does decide to surprise us and say, that's it for me, I'm retiring today, then Audrey Hébert in 5th position will move into 4th and will qualify for Haynes and
although there is a 5th tie, Audrey Hébert and Manuela Mandel with 3,780 points.
Well, what we just saw on the screen, the computer should have broken
the tie because of the result
exactly.
structure. Okay.
Exactly. So from what we saw on screen.
Wow, how close was that?
Yes, I mean, we called it from the beginning in the tightest category, and fantastic snowboarding from all of the women today. Fantastic riding across all the categories, but we billed it as the tightest. It was going to be the most suspense-filled category of the day, the women's snowboarding.
And it was.
It lived up to the hype, and incredible. In 3 of our 4 categories, we have perfect scores.
5,000 points.
5,000 points going in to the last 2 events of the season. So there are just so many storylines to be told as we move off to the Dream Stop in Haines, Alaska, and then the grand finale in Verbier, Switzerland. And I mean, I don't even know where to start. This day has been just starting off with the crashes in the men's skiing.
Heavy
and
crashes.
Then the suspense and these perfect scores in all in the other categories as far as overall points, with double event winners in men's snowboarding and women's ski, and in women's snowboarding. I'm just blown away. This has been absolutely incredible. Okay, a replay of Christopher Trudel.
Here we have the winning run of today's skiing category. I just met him outside the tent here, and I said, are you nuts? This was from a different planet. Going into the most gnarly bits of the mountain, of the Wildseeloder, and he performed a line that he made it look so easy. Have a look at that. Everything already off the fresh snow. This is bulletproof hard.
Boom.
Took off, and the landing so tough, and he needed to do that turn because it was rocks underneath. Like there is, even it looks like snow, he had to find the right way through that labyrinth of death cookies, we call them.
I know he's not a skier, but that was a Xavier Delarue landing right there.
That's just holding on.
Right on the edge, and you cannot blow that one. Christopher Trudel, yes, this was just
and then creative approach into that canyon, coming out of the canyon again to have his last air, sharing with Logan Pehota.
Boom.
Super clean.
How was that ollie too? Just
yep. It makes everything look so smooth. It's such a joy to watch him ski.
Super solid and so light on his feet. So Christopher Trudel, our first place in the men's ski category. And so with a first and a second to the top of the men's ski rankings. He's the only one actually who doesn't have a perfect score of the leaders in our 4 categories. But he put on quite a performance here today. Definitely the run of the year here on the Wildseeloder face for the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017 here in Fieberbrunn, Austria. And once again, just I don't even know where to start. Okay, well, since I'm at a loss for words, we're going to have a look at the winning run from Sami Lupke in the men's snowboard category. And this one as well, smooth as silk, and big mountain and freestyle stees all mixed into one from the
I would
California
even say
kid.
a classic Lipke line.
Yeah.
He chose, to throw some cold smoke in the air, dropping down that ridge on the far skier's right, and then dropping into the steeper part, where he found a nice combination, getting into some side, like natural airs, where he, as usual, performed beautiful 360s, both directions. Here his actual run starts with the combination. Little look into it, bam. Everything solid. Shutting down speed in the pockets of good snow.
All the riders.
I mean, that's just awesome. How was that for technique, too? Just two big heel side, toe side turn. There's the backside three with the
First
indie
track.
grab. Yep, first track, too.
And now making his way all the way over to the other side, crossing that avalanche debris, thinking, what is he aiming for? And then you already claimed it, or pre-seen or foreseen.
I foresaw what he was looking for.
Some natural hits further down to the skier's left side of the venue.
You know, he called it. It's like a natural snow park down below, and there was the front side three with the grab as well. The front side grab into the back side, little method tweak there. And then another big just face shot powder slash.
What
from
a
the
beautiful
leader.
Lipke
Yeah,
run.
no doubt. The leader of the wolf pack this season, Sami Lupke, who has been on every podium on tour since the first event last year in Valnor Arc. At least that was the last time he was off a podium. and either first or second, really, too. So Sami Lupke putting a smile on his face with a fantastic trip down the Wildseeloder here in Fieberbrunn, Austria. Congratulations, Sami. And with that run, really pretty much already starting to pencil his name onto the world title trophy for 2017 as well. And that was it.
Okay,
90 points on the top spot. First run of the day, best run of the day. And I called that one.
Yep, you did.
I said that was the winning run, and I was right. Yes. There we go. Celebration has started down in the finish area as we wait for things to get underway for the prize giving ceremony. I'm sure we're going to have a look
with Audrey Everett from Canada. Audrey, if you can come on stage.
at some of the other winning runs. I know we're going to go straight into the prize giving here on site in the arrival area at the foot of the Wildseeloder here in Fieberbrunn, Austria.
Audrey Everett, third place. Congratulations.
There we go. Third place in women's snowboarding. Audrey Hebert. Bittersweet podium finish there for
second place
Audrey,
Shannon Yates from
because
USA.
not directly qualifying for next season. In second place, Shannon Yates. 2 second-place finishes and good enough for
Winner of today's
qualification
competition
for Haynes and Verbier.
Marion
And
Erty.
on the
Big round of
day, here we
applause
go,
for
Marion Erty. First place finish at the Chamonix Mont Blanc event in Val Nor Arcalis Andorra. And a first place here today in Fieberbrunn, Austria, for a total of 5,000 points.
Big round of
And the
applause
top spot
for
on the
all
tour
podiums
rankings
in the
currently,
Snowboard Women
with
category.
2 events yet to go. There it is, your podium from France. Marion Arty in first. Second place, 2014 world champion Shannon Yates out of the US of A. And in third position from Canada, the rookie Audrey Hébert. Congratulations, ladies. Getting a little of the bubbly on themselves and down their throats.
Okay, thank you, girls.
Oof. And I know Audrey Hébert's not a big drinker, so that's really
Ski woman category.
really stepping out on a limb for her.
Third place,
Okay.
Hazel Josie Birnbaum.
And the women's ski competition in third position, Hazel Josie Birnbaum. And a huge result for Miss Birnbaum because she needed a podium finish to qualify coming into this event. She was literally sitting last in the rankings and had to finish on the podium. That's exactly what she did.
Category, Eva Wagner.
Eva Wagner, we had tapped her as one of the favorites to win the event here today. Didn't quite step up to the top spot, but second position for our reigning and 2-time world champion out of Austria.
And we're also local rider.
2015, 2016.
In a row. Coming from
women's
Austria,
champion.
I want a lot of noise.
And
Lauren
another Austrian
Hubert.
with her second win in a row on the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017. Laurie Hubert, or Huber.
Lorraine is on a run, or on a roll.
On a roll, that's for sure. So,
and it seems like she has her mental game sorted out, because that's what was playing tricks on her. Of course, also some injuries that came mid-season or just before. In the previous 3 winters, she had some tricky seasons, but also her mental game was playing tricks on her. And this year, it really seems that everything is lining up perfectly. And even when we go riding without camera or competition points, you can see that she's so relaxed and confident, and she knows what she's capable of, and really happy for her to see succeeding finally.
no, it is fantastic, and she is well deserving of that, and proving once again that as far as in the women's ski category, Austria is a nation to be reckoned with, and the top 2 spots go to Austria here today in Fieberbrunn, Austria, with Laurie Huber and Eva Wagner.
Here maybe also a good point to shout out to a good friend of her, Stefan Heusel. I don't know if he's on site here watching or if he's at home. At least big shout out to Stefan Heusel, the other Austrian skier on tour, and he will be back strong, that's for sure.
Yes, indeed, and injured and couldn't join us here today. And congratulations again to Hazel Josie Birnbaum. And moving on to men's snowboarding, Thomas Feuerstein, the Austrian rookie, with a 3rd place finish. His second podium finish of the year. So doing very well for a rookie. Jonathan Penfield,
reigning champion, Mr.
his first podium of the year, second place, so a second and a 4th for him. Those points into the overall rankings, and Sammy Lupke, his best 2 results, a first and a first, and he's currently throwing away a 2nd place finish. Sammy Lupke, our reigning men's champion in snowboarding. Sammy Lupke, Jonathan Penfield, Thomas Feuerstein, USA, and Austria. Exact opposite of the women's ski podium. So a good day for Austria and the US of A, as well as Sweden, as we will see in a second in men's skiing. There we go. Spraying a little champagne on his friends and then passing the Passing the bottle around.
Thank you,
Don't
guys.
want to waste the bubbly.
No,
Again,
good
Sally,
quality
don't go
stuff.
Too far. You'll have to come back.
No
on the
doubt.
podium
So
later.
a great day of snowboarding here
Last category
on the
of
Wildsee-Loader, and
today's
a
competition.
really suspense-filled
Ski men
competition as
category.
well. And last
At the
but
third place,
definitely not least,
From Sweden, Heine
the men's
Bakre.
skiers in third position. Former world champion in 2012, Randy Barker taking third place.
At the second place,
Go along with his
coming
fourth place
from
finish
Canada,
from Valnor Arcalis.
Logan Peota.
In second position, and it was really go big or go home for Logan Peota today. He was sitting in 21st position on the rankings and needed to move into the top 12, and to do that, he had to finish on the podium, and well, there you go. We threw down the challenge for Logan Peota, and he took it up and said, I want that ticket for Haynes and Verbier, and that's what he got with a second place finish here today. And in the top spot, it is this young man right here, Christopher Tjordell, out of Sweden from inside the Arctic Circle.
So well deserved.
Yeah, you're right, Mike.
What an
Make
awesome
some noise
skier.
for
No doubt. Second
on
place, the
today's
first event
podium.
on the year. First
Third
place
place,
here
Heine
in
Bakre.
Fieberbrunn.
Second place,
And
Logan Peota.
a fantastic
First
day. There we
place,
go. In this
Christopher
category, it's all
Tjordell.
about Sweden and Canada. Christopher Tjordell in the top spot, followed by Logan Peota and Rainy Barkret. Fantastic performance from all three of these skiers, with Tjordell really throwing down a line to be remembered
VIP guy for the photo.
here in
Yeah, thank you.
Fieberbrunn in 2017. So congratulations once again
And don't move because we'll have all the
to our
leaders in each
men's
category
ski podium,
wearing the
as
golden
well
bib.
as
Right after that.
all of our other
Thank you,
winners
guys.
here
Again,
today.
big round of applause for Ski Men podium from today. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So thanks again, everyone,
Don't go
for
too far,
being
please.
with us.
So
We're
far,
going to have a
we need
quick
you
look.
again. So now we go to the overall Freeride World Tour
Okay, everybody,
leader,
that's it from us. Thanks for joining us here at the Swatch Freeride World Tour 2017. Today for crunch time in Fieberbrunn, Austria. It was a fantastic day of free riding. Martin Winkler, thanks
Was a
for being
pleasure,
with me,
Dave.
buddy. And
As
to all of
always.
you out there watching us, thank you very much. And we'll see you at the next stop on tour. It's the Dream Stop in Haines, Alaska. Auf Wiedersehen!
Bye-bye.